Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Apostate Prophet Show, the most watched show on the planet. Uh, unless, of course, we count every other show on the planet. David, what's up? How are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man? Just sending out the link to so everyone knows. Because when people hear that D Wood and the Apostate Prophet got something going down, they can't stay away. We all know that.
Unless they want to stay away from Islam. Yeah. So, I thought I was hearing a noise from you. I don't know. Yes, people are saying happy birthday, happy birthday. This is funny. I always forget that it's my birthday because I never really.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot too. February 8th, because I was like, hey, that is exactly 1 month after Elvis's birthday.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Today is my birthday. It is indeed my birthday. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the nice wishes here. Appreciate it. Happy cake day. Happy birthday, AP. Thank you. My wife said happy birthday. Thank
Hey,
you.
you giant dope. You should make a quick video right after this and say, hey, all you want for your birthday is for people to support your giant trip.
Oh yeah.
It's like perfect. It was perfect timing, and you're screwing it up because now it's almost the end of your birthday.
Speaking of giant trip, so what we are, I shared it in the chat very much a few minutes ago and pinned it. If you go into the chat, you will find a pinned comment now, which will show you that there is a trip that we are planning. In fact, it is already all prepared.
We're beyond the planning stages. We're going.
Yeah.
We just don't want to completely announce all the details and stuff because we don't want anyone like getting any ideas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we are going to Israel. We're going to Israel.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If I say, "Oh, we're going to be here at this time on this date," and then like 5 jihadis show up, and I have to clock 5 dudes. You know what I mean? We don't want to deal with any of that stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. Like it's like, is it really worth it? Is it really worth it? It's probably
no. I might, I had a habit when I was younger of like busting my knuckles because I'd always hit the wrong spot and hit a guy. You see, there are all kinds of hot spots you aren't supposed to hit someone on. Anyway. Oh exactly. Yeah. Hey, check this out. People giving you birthday jizzy. Yeah, guys. Today is AP's birthday.
Thank you for the birthday jizya. Yeah, I really appreciate this. I really appreciate the birthday jizya. Very, very much. Thank you so much. Nutis, thank you. That's some big jizya coming from Nutis, which just sounds very, very wrong when you speak it out like that. Thank you so much, Nutis. I appreciate it very, very much. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. But hey, don't interrupt my thoughts. I was going to talk about our big trip. So we are going on a big trip, and we are not planning. We already planned it. It's all set. We got our tickets.
Set in stone.
We have our dates. We have everything. Lots of people to meet. Lots of places to go. What we are doing is we are going to Israel, and I made a GoFundMe fundraiser here to where you can support and fund this. And I just started it.
Yeah, that's the last 5 minutes. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it has. In 5 minutes, people started donating. This is very important because we are going to do some really, really big stuff there. We will spend quite some time in Israel, David and I. And what happened here is that since we talked a lot about Israel, I talked a lot about Israel, I was invited from by people in Israel to come over there and to directly see everything that is happening there.
Important people in Israel.
Important people was invited by important people. I guess I have to point that out. Yeah, to come and see everything that is happening there. To go and see all the sites that were attacked by Hamas. Sites where fighting happened. I have been invited to also go and see the footage, by the way, which the IDF shows to some people and just doesn't want to make public. A 47-minute footage of things recorded directly by Hamas and others. I won't be able to really, film it, or I think you're not even allowed to take direct notes of it. You just write things down afterwards and then talk about it, just to give people who have a platform an impression or a display of what happened on that day for all those who didn't get it. We want to go there to basically show what happened to amplify the voices of Israel and the victims there, um, and to do a bunch of stuff on top of this, like taking lots of footage in those places, making lots of new videos, doing some live streams from Israel, from Jerusalem, uh, having some new skits. We have a lot of stuff written down already. David, what else are we doing?
Yeah, it was kind of cool because I was when you were talking about visiting the various sites of the attack and then watching the footage. I was like, that's probably it's probably a 1 day thing, so we're going to be there for a while. And then you were talking about all the survivors that you wanted to interview and so on, and I was like, okay, well, I don't know how long that'll take. What else you want to do? I was just wondering what you actually want to do. If you want to like hang out with people or whatever, and you were like, I want to go visit all the coolest sites. I was like, oh, well, that's cool, because that's what I like doing. I like going there and like making videos about the cool places. Like this time it'll be like videos will be titled like, I visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre with a silly atheist. His reaction. It'll be stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some real good stuff that people never do over there, because it's me. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
And then I was asking you what you wanted to say, and you were like, I want to see the Sea of Galilee and visit Capernaum and all that. I'm like, oh, you're naming all the super coolest stuff.
Yeah, I know, right? That's funny.
It's gonna be pretty dope.
That's funny. You didn't expect that, right? You expected me to just want to go there and I don't know.
Yeah, and it's cool. We've been getting contacted by all. As soon as you said that we were going to be going to Israel, we both started getting messages from people over there, offering to help out, or people wanting to hang out and asking if we, needed a role, wanted to roll some others, some native Israelis there while we're there and stuff. So anyway, I don't know. Sounds like it's going to be a pretty cool trip.
Yeah, so the plan is basically to go there soon as colonizers and steal their land. That's what we're doing here. That's our plan, and it's going to go pretty well. It's going to be
pretty good.
Michelle Moffat said, the hour will not come until the rocks shout there is an AP behind me. Then Farfur will appear with his dance and sport his leather strap.
We've got to do Five Nights at Farfur's. It's too perfect.
We have to
with the mouse, and yeah, we've got to.
If the trajectory continues
again, ladies and gentlemen, we need we want this to be in a tunnel that could pass as a Hamas tunnel. The idea is that, we're stuck in a tunnel, and Farfur is deep inside the tunnel, and we got to survive there. And so if anyone has a good tunnel, again, some old, sewer tunnel that's not in use anymore and is not filled with horrible things, something like that. If anyone knows that there's something by you, let us know, get some footage of it, because we got a pretty fun video we'd like to record.
Inshallah. By the way, shout out to Gadsad. It's his beautiful face that is on here while we are talking. Dr. Gadsad, he is one of the main people that we're going to talk about today, because he and Elon Musk have been having some exchanges on X recently. David, did you see that?
I only saw the one, but I recall this was maybe 5-6 months ago or something like that. Elon retweeted a post from Robert Spencer. I mean, he retweeted a tweet from Robert Spencer, and it was about something concerned with jihad and so on. And Elon's reply was like concerning or something like that. But it is interesting that, so he's responding to Gad said, and we've both been on Gad's channel, haven't we? You've been on there, right?
No, I had him on.
I had him
on. He was going to invite me, and he even announced it, but then never did. Terrible.
Oh, wait. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I was on his channel years ago. This is before he was nearly as popular as he is now. But it was funny because he messaged me. He's like, hey, I've been following your videos on Islam. Would you like to come on here? I was like, sure. And then when I go on there, we start, and he goes, yeah, I just looked up. Some stuff on your past. This is kind of new. Should I ask you about that in the video? I was like, yeah, we can talk about that stuff. But he's cool because he's a good interviewer, in the sense that he's not all butthurt if someone's saying stuff that they disagree. Like I will sit here and interview Bart Ehrman, and even if I'm disagreeing with something, okay, he's my guest. Or some people will, like when I interviewed the Imam of Peace, and people are like, why didn't you blast that? Why didn't you blast it? It was like, it's not a debate. I'm interviewing this person. But Gad Sad's cool like that. And that, I mean, I was sitting there laying out my reasons for becoming a Christian and things like that. And I know he's an atheist and has objections and so on. But he was super cool and respectful and just let me lay out my thoughts on various issues. So anyway, seems like a pretty cool dude. Really, really smart. Really, really cool. Really funny. Yeah, cool dude.
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and say this. He is the only atheist I can stand being around.
That is fair. That is fair enough. I would say the same thing. Everyone knows I'm a secret Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing. Because of that, I completely understand where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I just texted him anyway on the side, so I wasn't really listening to whatever you say. I hope you said something nice. Ayatollah Khamenei said, "Happy birthday, boy! You're finished." No, you are finished. How dare you, man? You're finished.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Sarah said, WLC, William Lane Craig, recently said unprovoked that Islam is an incredibly evil belief system. Will David Wood disavow this blatant Islamophobia?
Yes, shame on him. Shame on him for stating the obvious. Well, we've got to cover that, by the way. It was in 2 videos, and he was talking about Ayaan Hirsi Ali. I still haven't watched them, but people mentioned them, and I saw them. We might need to check those out because that's William Lane Craig, and apparently he just he goes off and was critical of Islam.
WLC. Yes. Okay. So we are talking about Gad Saad and Elon Musk. Actually, Zagros Özkan, who might be here in the chat, kind of brought to my attention that they have been interacting for quite a while, and also sent me a bunch of instances where Elon Musk, engaged with Gad Saad and responded to his remarks and his reports about Islamists and Islam in the West. But the issue is, many of the times it is usually about Islamism and how the influence of Islamist ideas and stuff like that and how they are taking over and all of these things. But recently he responded to something that is just about Islam. It's not about a modern conflict. It is about Islam. So here is a tweet that Gad Saad made. He often makes these sarcastic tweets. He said, North Africa and the Middle East were once home to indigenous cultures that were non-Islamic, zero Islam. They all eventually became nearly 100% Islamic. Does anyone know how that noble transformation took place? And Elon Musk said, Socratic debate? ? Obviously, joining in on the sarcasm here.
Pretty brutal there.
Joining in on the sarcasm here and being very Islamophobic. So I didn't expect this at all.
No.
I want to condemn Elon Musk here and completely disavow anything that he says because this is hateful bigotry. That's it.
That is hilarious. What's super cool about this is until the recent wave of the new Dawa guys who are trying to show everyone the truth by running their mouths about how intolerant they are and attacking everyone. Before then, you had lots of Muslims who thought it was their goal to form alliances and to get along with as many people as possible and to marginalize the serious critics of Islam. They wanted it. They really were trying to get along with everyone else. But the new crowd, it's like, let's destroy every potential ally that we could possibly have the moment they say anything we disagree with. And so what I mean is you had all of these guys. You had all the guys over at the Daily Wire. You had Jordan Peterson. They're all like, hey, we are so worried. We're so worried about like trans stuff and woke stuff that we want to form alliances with the Muslim community to deal with this stuff. And then, and what happened? The Dawa guys declared war on all of them at various points over disagreements over Israel and things like that. So they blasted away Ben Shapiro, blasted away at Jordan Peterson, blasted away at absolutely everyone. I mean, think other people, Pierce Morgan and so on. These are guys who could actually be your potential allies for certain things. And all you do is heap insults and abuse on them and make them absolutely repulsed by you, so that they're not going to support and defend you in the future. And what's going to happen with Elon? This might not be enough to do it, but one or two more tweets along these lines, and they're going to be going after him. We will shame and humiliate Elon Musk. And they never seem to understand personality types. Guys, there are certain personality types where the more you try to rain down abuse on them, the more aggressive they become in return. And so this will be fun to watch, my friends. Fun to watch.
Inshallah, this will be very, very fun to watch. Isn't it funny how these old people are reacting to each other? Look, he says Socratic debate, and then Gaza just posts a regular smiley face emoji. It's like,
powerful emoji.
yeah, very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. And then people are like, "Oh, what about Europe? What about Christianity?" Was Europe also relentlessly conquered by the Christians and then turned into Christian land? Is that what happened? I guess so. I guess that's what happened according to these
I mean, there were places like that, but I mean, it was centuries of Christianity spreading without shedding a drop of blood, except their own blood when they're killed for it. And then eventually you get the Roman emperors converting and stuff like that, and then things change. But it wasn't built into Christianity, whereas Islam, it was built into the system that you spread by conquering.
Hey, have you seen this dummy? I think you have seen this, right?
Yeah, Ridvan.
This dummy, Ridvan, Apostate Prophet.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Yeah, what a
no. No.
It is just funny. You said, have you seen this idiot? And you pull up his belt.
I know. I immediately thought the same thing as soon as I pulled it up. I thought, wait a minute, that was the wrong approach here.
Should have been, have you seen this genius? And then it's you.
Sneeko, he reacted to something here and was like, we like to think we would have spoken up about the Holocaust in 1940 or slavery in 1840, but what's happening today in Gaza is worse, and everyone is silent. This guy is actually saying here that what is happening today in Gaza, the war, is worse than the Holocaust and slavery.
Yeah, where, what was it, like 12 million people killed in the Holocaust, like 6 million Jews, and then millions of other Slavs and so on.
So slavery, 12, like centuries of people.
12 million people who are being killed and put into camps, work camps, worked until they can't work anymore, then gas tossed in ovens. And that's just like the IDF going after Hamas terrorists, and there are some civilian casualties along the way because these guys hide among civilians, and it's worse. That's worse.
That is
what
true.
A freaking dope! This is the sort of idiotic nonsense you would expect from a guy who assures his fans that the book of the Council of Nicaea was taken out of the Bible.
Why are these people talking about this kind of stuff, man? Just shut up. Go talk about dumb stuff.
That's the problem with the internet. It made, after years of here's what I ate for breakfast. Let me share that. I have to share this with the world. The whole world needs to know what I have for breakfast. Let me post this on Facebook. And then, like after years of that, it's just occurred to people that my thoughts about an issue, even if I know absolutely nothing, are completely relevant, and they're not. You're an idiot. Shut up. I mean, you have a right to spout idiotic nonsense, but it doesn't mean it's a good. You can have a right to do all kinds of things, and it doesn't mean it's a good idea to actually do it.
That's funny. That when we said you're an idiot. Shut up. You could totally edit this into a different context. That sounded pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. And what we're talking about is basically a war where it looks like, even according to, look here, here's some wild numbers. Look at this. New York Times recently reported this here. They relied on two numbers from two different sources. The breakdown in deaths between fighters and civilians remains unclear and a matter of debate. Earlier in the war, Gazan officials aka Hamas, suggested that more than 70% of victims were civilians.
Wait, look. So their number was even way off from what Hijab was saying. He was saying it was 100 to 1. He was saying 100 to 1 ratio, and said he was being generous. He was being generous in saying 100 to 1.
Yeah. While an analysis by an Israeli sociologist put the figure at 61%. It seems plausible that the share remains similar today, but also plausible that a lower percentage of deaths are among civilians now that Israel's attacks have become more targeted and the daily toll has declined. So they give both sources, what Hamas says and what an Israeli analyst says, 70% and 61%. We talked quite recently, several weeks ago, about civilian deaths as part of, deaths in a war over history. And what we saw there was very clearly that this number here, 61%, if 61% of deaths in Gaza are civilians right now, this is a remarkably, I don't know.
It's pretty standard. It's
Yeah,
pretty standard. Like we looked up World War II statistics back when we were discussing this, and 2/3 of casualties in World War II, 2/3, so around 65-66% area, were civilian casualties.
Mhm.
And keep in mind, you did have lots of times when it's an army marching against another army. In other words, they're on the battlefield. Almost everyone who's dying are military deaths. When you have things like the invasion of Normandy and so on, it's almost all military deaths. But you have other things like bombing cities and so on that rack up lots of civilian deaths. So even in the case of a war where you do have armies marching out against each other, you still end up with about 2/3 of the deaths are civilian deaths. And somehow Israel is the only place on earth where that is just totally unacceptable in a war.
Yeah. So, long story short, the numbers here, even if we went by a Hamas's suggestion, 70%, and nobody in their right mind actually trusts what Hamas says here in this case. They also never actually, when they give us the number of deaths, they never specify civilian or combatant, because they just count everyone as civilian or just as a regular death. Even going by their number, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. In such a densely populated place as Gaza, where Hamas deliberately hides between and under civilians, having such a rate would be quite normal and very much in line with average civilian casualty ratios over the last 100 years or more. So that would mean that there is a regular war going on, and there is simply no sign of Israel actually, targeting or excessively massacring civilians or anything like that. However, just because it is Israel, people treat it like it is the Holocaust, which is just ironic.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is, I mean, we've been talking about what insanely ridiculous, compulsive liars the Dawa guys are. So this is Hamas, right? I really don't trust Hamas, but look at their number. Their number is not insanely exaggerated. In fact, you could argue, hey, I'm not going to fully trust the Hamas's numbers, and you could say I'm not going to fully trust the numbers of an Israeli sociologist, because maybe he's so. Just think of it being somewhere in between, right? Like, let's say it's 65%. It's somewhere in between. It's somewhere in between these two guys. But notice, they're not too far off each other, which means that, that if Hamas is exaggerating, they're exaggerating a little bit, because what you would expect from Hamas, given some of the lies they've told in the past, is earlier in the war, Gazan officials suggested that more than 7,000% of victims were civilians. You'd expect something like that, right? 7,000% of victims were civilians. You'd expect something idiotic like that. Apparently, they catch on to people not trusting them because they misrepresent things and they're trying to be a little more accurate. But just think about this, right? Hamas is massively more accurate in the reporting than someone like Muhammad Hijab. According to Muhammad Hijab, over 99% of deaths are civilian deaths. And not show me one of his followers who cares that he lies like that. Show me one Muhammad Hijab fan who thinks it's at all problematic that he completely just makes things. Over 99% of deaths are civilian deaths, which no one agrees with. Not the most radical Hamas terrorist would not say that. And that's what Dawa guys are saying on programs like Piers Morgan, right?
I forget about his followers. I messaged with him directly, and I showed this. I messaged with him directly, and I showed to him and confronted him basically on this and said, "Hey, you said this, but the source actually says this, so you're obviously wrong. When are you going to correct yourself?" He responded to me and started getting sarcastic and joking and things like that. And eventually I pushed him again, and I said, "Hey, I need a response to this, stop distracting." And then he quit responding. Now he's acting like he's not reading my messages. So this is I'm sorry, but it's just a very clear.
He doesn't
It's
care.
very clear proof. He was called out directly. Like I went to him, I confronted him and showed him that he lies, or that he at least got it wrong, and he should acknowledge that it was wrong. But he now thereby proven he lies, and he doesn't care. He didn't make a single correction about it. This is just
does
Islam.
not care at all.
This is Islamic Dawah.
And this is amazing. But here's the thing. This is a guy who, like his God and like his prophet, doesn't care at all about lying to reach whatever goal he has. In this case, discrediting Israel and supporting Hamas and so on. Doesn't care even slightly if he has to lie and deceive people and deceive all these viewers, deceive millions of people. Who, I mean, let's face it, most of those people did not go back and fact check any of that. So he deceived millions of people, and he's completely happy to do that. But this is the guy who's going and speaking in your mosque.
Yep.
And he's going to explain how Islam is superior and it's better than everything. This guy that we know, it's indisputable, is a chronic compulsive liar. And it's just standard in Dawah. The more you lie, the more popular you become in Dawah, the more they love you. You could be exposed 1,000 times in a row, and the more you lie, the more they will love you. Again, Sheikh Uthman faked a hate crime against himself and did a horrible job of it. It's fake blood squirted all over himself, and that was one thing. But then saying that the guy was arrested and saying the guy's in prison and so on, when anyone can fact check that. And guess how many of his followers care? Not one, not even slightly. He bangs his friend's wife because the guy was dumb enough to send his wife to Sheikh Uthman for marital counseling. And how does Sheikh Uthman respond? He bangs this dude's wife. Not one of his fans care. They just don't care. The more repulsive and evil you are, the more they love you in the Dawah community. And somehow they expect us to take them seriously as the champions of truth and morality.
If Muhammad Hijab at least had a Zabiba like this guy, I would understand.
This guy I could trust. This guy could tell me anything. I would listen to him because his Zabiba's zabanging.
Because Zabiba, it looks like he's got an infection or something. But he.
And by the way, just isn't it obvious that this is one of those guys who like bangs his head on the floor repeatedly just to get a bang in Zabiba?
Yeah. Look at the fantastic Zabiba here. Can't even navigate. I'm completely stunned by this beautiful.
He's kind of cool looking though, apart from the Zabiba. Got kind of a Sean Connery. Let me tell you about what we're going to do to Israel.
Yeah.
What's this guy's name?
This guy is Ghazi something. I don't know. I don't remember this guy's name. He's one of those. Ghazi Hamad. That's his name.
Ghazi Hamad. Shake it.
Ari Wasserman said, deep down, it's your birthday because you have a predisposed utilitarian morality from Allah.
Utilitarian?
And that is why you have real problems and should change the name of the channel to Leather Strap of Dua Lipa. This is a beautiful comment. This is a beautiful comment. This is why I appreciate Ario so much. This combines everything that is made wonderful on this channel here. Everything. This just reminds me of the utilitarian mystery. Thank you so much, Ari. Thank you so much as always. I really very, very much appreciate this. Very much appreciate this. This reminds me of Mohammed Hijab, of course, of him being unable to pronounce utilitarianism. But you know what? I'm not going to show it because I have just received different news. Joe Biden said what? Joe Biden said what? Joe Biden said he calls for permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
What did he?
Really? Is that what he just said?
And we need to be clear. If that's the case, what that would really mean is that whoever controls Biden's teleprompter called for a ceasefire.
Man. Anyway, I will wait more on that to see where those news are going. But here is the thing. Now, America is a great supporter, right, of Israel and their fight against terrorism and all of that. But even if you are the closest ally and the best friend and all of that, and your population pressures you into telling that ally to do something, I'm sorry, but in the end, it will be up to Israel to say, okay, or to say, you know what, despite everything, no, we can't do that. In this case, it would be no, can't do that. If they made a permanent ceasefire, this permanent ceasefire would turn into a new attack by Hamas in a very near future, because that is the entire point of why Hamas wants a ceasefire, so that they can regather their strength and attack again and kill a bunch of Israelis again. And this also exposes again the whole cancer that the Democratic Party has become in America.
Oh, that's not very woke of you. You see this? You see AP going full MAGA on us. Hey, I have to mute for a second. I want to see what Biden just said, but I'll be back in a second.
I thought you had to mute me because you hated what I just said. Anyway, happy birthday, 50 Apostate Cents, said AA. Thank you so much. Nutters put all this jizya on me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. ES 1002 said AP, spread them for this jizya. See, I'll get you a copy of my jihad, AP. Happy birthday. Thank you. 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 Did this just happen? Let's see. Let's see what it is. In the Gaza Strip. Okay, I have to open that separately here and see what happens. Over the top. See what's up. I think that Joe Biden. As you know, initially Greg Cross. Let's see. Did not want to open. What is he talking about, man? He's talking about the president of Mexico? What is even happening here? Respond. What is this?
Which one are you watching? I just watched a clip.
Wait, hold on. Let me see.
Conduct of the response in the Gaza Strip has been.
How is this happening, ladies and gentlemen?
I think that, as you know,
oh my goodness,
what in the world is going on, man?
The president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want
Sisi. He said he said the president of Mexico, not Egypt. The president of Mexico did not want to open the borders with Gaza. The president of Mexico. This totally makes sense for why they came up with rules about who needing 2 keys to launch nuclear weapons and stuff, because you end up with a guy like this with total power. You need someone with a second key.
I don't even understand. How do you confuse that? How do you confuse that? How do you refer Sisi, president of Egypt? How do you confuse that with
Mexico?
I don't even get it. It's not even. Here's the thing. When Donald Trump was president, whenever he had a little gaffe, he made a little mistake, they were all over him. They were like, "Look at this! The guy's mentally unstable. How is he supposed to be our president?" And I'm no Trump fan at all, and I've expressed that several.
Well,
times.
not in public. Not in public. Just like
Yeah,
you're
not
not.
in public.
Just like you're not a Christian in public.
Yeah, not at all. But hey, like they made fun of him because he got two African countries wrong. That's it. This guy just said President of Mexico, Sisi.
President of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate.
He talked to the president of Mexico to open the gates of
Wow,
Gaza.
That's some really, really good job there, man. He talked to the president of Mexico to open the border of Gaza for humanitarian aid. Whoa, that is.
I got on my phone here. I got it right here, and I said, "Hey, president of Mexico, open the gate for Gaza." And he said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "I'm the president of the United States, Mexico. Open up the gate to Gaza." And he said, "I don't know what you're talking about, SA." And I said, "Open it, dang it."
You're talking way too fast. That's not how he would talk. And I said to him,
and he said,
"Open."
And he said, "What are you talking about, SA? You're loco." And I said, "No, I'm not loco. You're loco.
You're loco.
I will show you loco."
There is just a thing. There is an issue, like nothing against old people, right? But everyone has an age at which they're just done. After which they shouldn't be engaging in these activities any longer.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden, the guy, he can barely walk. He can barely understand where he is. He can't talk. He can't gather his thoughts anymore. He sounds like he's about to go to sleep, like he's about to take his nap again every single time he appears and speaks somewhere. How in the world do people actually think that this guy should be re-elected, should be pushed again for a re-election? How in the world does this make sense?
It makes perfect sense from a certain perspective. If you have control of the guy who can be elected, and you control his teleprompter, and you tell him what to push and what to say and so on, it makes perfect sense. This is exactly who you'd want in power, a total, absolute puppet. And keep it, I mean, Joe Biden used to be, whatever you think of his views, the guy used to be sharp. He used to be sharp. He was very quick.
I see his old videos. He was brutal.
Yeah,
nothing like this.
Yeah, so they had the vice presidential debate, and who was it? Paul Ryan or something. He crushed him. He was very quick and was like smiling for the entire vice presidential debate. But he was quick, and that wasn't that long ago. But right now, my goodness, it's just so people will say, American's a constitutional republic, not a democracy. I view it, hey, if you're voting and so on, then it's a form of democracy. But we have this impression that we the people are deciding. We're picking from our country and deciding who the next leader will be. No, everyone else, the various groups decide who the two candidates are. So one side picks their candidate and the other side picks their candidate, and then they tell you pick one. And so they've already narrowed it down to two for you, and you have to, and you're just, most people are just going to vote for whichever party they're from. So it's not, I don't know. It's kind of a joke system. They decide, hey, it's these two guys that tons of people do not like. Those are your choices. Pick the one you think is least terrible. That's how every election is.
Look at this guy here.
Convince me that the guy you're kicking back to isn't saying to you or one of your agents at some point, "Hey, look, I'm getting 100,000 from you, but Harry over there, he's getting 175,000 from whomever else." I mean, you guys didn't know that was going on. Can't convince
that guy with that energy compared to whatever we just watched, whatever we just saw.
Yeah, and this for me, this isn't a critique of Joe Biden. It's a critique of the people who want this guy in power. You guys are scumbags, right? I mean, I don't think he knows how incompetent he is. He's just, and I don't even like making fun of people who are old and lose their fact, because that's exactly what's going to happen to me. The couple of my relatives male relatives who actually survived to old age were completely incoherent. They lose their minds. And I can tell I am way less sharp. Even I'm getting close to 50, but I'm way less sharp now than I was like 20 years ago. So what am I going to be like 10 years from now? I'm not going to make fun of a guy for losing his faculties, but for whoever says this is the guy we want in power, he can't do anything. But instead of him, resting and watching TV and enjoying himself in his old age, we're going to make this guy president because we control his teleprompter. They're absolute evil scumbags.
I mean, I always think Joe Biden, I would love to, as a grandpa, I would love to sit down and have a long chat with him and talk about life and all of that and everything that is good in life. He would probably a cute old guy to talk to, but I don't want him as the president. What is this? Why is it such a fantastic thing? Why is it such a great thing to have old people who are about to die, who will not be part of the future, to make them presidents and to make them take decisions about the future? It's incredible. And the one thing about the whole geopolitics right now is there is a major issue in Israel, in the Middle East, going on. When Israel is right now dealing with an existential issue, right, and fighting the terrorist organization and being threatened left and right by everybody, America is necessarily, because of the very long history, a very close ally that is there to defend and to side with Israel. And that, I think, is very important. I care a lot about the Israel issue right now. The issue is the Democratic Party doesn't care about Israel. Some of them do, like Joe Biden allegedly does, but they are so much pressured by their progressivist, ridiculous fan base to change their stance on Israel that it's just it's almost a matter of time until they finally give in to their voters, to their base, and say, okay, you know what, yeah, Israel, we will stop supporting you. Whereas on the other hand, I don't like Donald Trump at all. I don't want to vote for the guy, but I know that that under his administration there would be, again, total support. There would be support for those who actually need support right now. And they wouldn't be giving into that whole narrative of like, oh, there's a genocide happening. This is clearly genocide. Let us, let's not support the genociders. Let's support those who actually want to commit a genocide. I'm just afraid of all that. I don't know. That's what I think. But let's see what happens. I know you're not afraid because you're a psychopath, David.
Hi, everybody. This
You're a
is
psycho.
Drama Llama said, putting this toward the cost of security on your trip so David Wood doesn't need to clock 5 jihadis. Happy birthday, Cowboy. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it, friend. Appreciate it very much.
AP, let me say here in advance.
Yes.
Any jihadis come at us, focus on getting good footage, because that's going to be some YouTube gold.
Inshallah.
Powerful Christian knocks out 5 jihadis. That is YouTube gold.
Francis Boyer said, happy birthday, AP. Baklava or cheesecake? Cheesecake. Definitely cheesecake. It's not
I
even
agree.
a
I agree.
What is this? Cheesecake, of course. But thank you. Stefan the Pilot said, do you have a fixed B-Day dates? You see, he's the true prophet. Yeah, this is actually, that's why I never talk about my birthday and never notice it and never remember it. But unfortunately, that's the case. Drew Trevor, happy birthday again and again. Many more birthday to come. Thank you so much. Inshallah. And Nikhil Sankar, Apostate Prophet, if the trajectory continues. If the trajectory continues, you will replace Piers Morgan as my favorite Islamophobe. Piers Morgan is your favorite Islamophobe? How dare you, man?
He is. Just listen to Hijab. Oh, you didn't say, you introduced me as controversial. Oh, you Islamophobe, you bigot. I hate you. Everyone attack him. Humiliate him. Humiliate him. That'll help us in the future.
Destroy him. Oh yeah, here,
Dude, these guys seriously they seriously don't get it. They
don't
would,
get it.
as much as they're concerned about the avalanche of apostasy, as much as they are panicking about the avalanche of apostasy, it would be orders of magnitude worse if they weren't constantly, relentlessly being protected by politicians and the media and educators and the entertainment industry. Everyone's been protecting Islam from criticism for decades. And the new generation of Dawa guys say, let's attack everyone in all directions and see how that works. You might actually get to the point where these guys aren't protecting you anymore. And if you thought you had an avalanche of apostasy, wait and see if it becomes completely acceptable to expose your lies on mainstream news programs and so on. Watch what happens. And watch what happens if college professors are no longer saying Islam is a wonderful religion. It's the best thing ever. Imagine if they stop doing that. You thought you got problems now with the avalanche? You thought 24% of young Muslims leaving Islam is a problem? Try 90%.
I'm gonna include a sound here that says "Be quiet, man." Whenever David talks too much. Here.
Quiet, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go off automatically.
Guys, and when you hear that, that's a warning that everyone else needs to be quiet while I continue my rant.
Exactly. How dare you talk?
How dare you?
Everyone, Hamas, you have to kill 100 civilians. That's effectively what we're saying. If the trajectory continues as it is, you have to kill 3 million Palestinian civilians in order to kill 30,000 Hamas fighters. If you want to...
If the trajectory continues, you will need to kill 187 trillion Gazans to stop Hamas.
So here's another issue. We recently reacted to this. David, you and I recently reacted to this. We went through this. Funny, I just noticed that she follows me. We reacted to this Ilhan Omar thing here, where she is talking to Somalians about how she's Somalian first, then Muslim, and she will do whatever needs to be done for the Somalians to get Somalian interests to the front in America. And America would not dare make a move about the region without, her having a say in it and stuff like that. Gatzad says she seems very loyal to the United States. Elon Musk put a mark here.
It's funny that he's actually paying attention to this stuff, because that's
I know
that's good, and you could tell he wants to give a little hint here and there about that he's following what's going on, but doesn't want to go all in. But that's the point. If the Dawa guys start whining and throwing tantrums over him, that could change. You saw. I mean, he just launching lawsuits against Disney and so on. He's funding lawsuits against Disney from people who were canceled for Disney over tweets and stuff. And what happened? We saw it a few months back where he's being interviewed and so on, and he just calls out Bob Iger, or whatever his name is, from Disney, who runs Disney, and he calls him out for trying to tell him that he has to ban stuff and not run ads and stuff. And he's like, these guys are threatening me. These guys are threatening me with money. And he tells him to go F himself, and then starts funding lawsuits against him. This is not a guy you want to screw with. He's the richest guy in the world, and he doesn't like taking crap from people. And what are the Dawa guys going to do if he keeps this up? Oh, we'll show you. Great. Do that, guys. Do it. Do it.
By the way, I'm going to announce this again later, but I'm just bringing it up periodically. We're going to Israel.
Short videos.
We are going to Israel. I have the link pinned in the chat to fund our trip to Israel. So fund our trip to Israel. We have a lot of stuff to take care of. We will get back on that, and we will do some great, fantastic things. Gad said in another tweet here, demography is destiny. It is going to get a lot worse because the West is in a progressive purity death spiral. This was in response to pro-Palestine protesters attempting to breach the security fences outside the White House. And Here, Elon Musk says we must turn this around. Ooh.
I haven't seen any of this. I only saw the one response to Gad said, but yeah, I didn't know he's been chiming in on all this stuff.
Yeah, he's been following and he's been interacting with Gad Saad a lot. And Gad Saad, Dr. Gad said he has good takes on this stuff, and he has been becoming increasingly. I remember when I had a chat with him. When was that? Like, a few years ago. He was like, "Yeah, I just want to, not be too direct with the, speaking about all of these things. I just want to be a little bit subtle and all that." Now he's just going all out on Twitter recently. That's this last year.
Yeah, that's what's happening, right? So you have the Dawa guys, and they're like, "Oh, we'll show you. We'll be more aggressive. We'll be more in your face. Ha ha! People going to be impressed by our intolerance." And what actually happens is they embolden the opposition who doesn't like to take crap from people. They're like, "Wait, you think you're going to control me like that? Let me tell you what I think." And they also make it more. The Dawa guys make it more acceptable to respond in certain ways, because I mean, think if we were just eating a Quran, if we're just eating a Quran, I don't know what the atheist reaction would be. I would expect it would be mixed. But if I were just doing that for no reason, I would be back like 10 years ago. I would have been overwhelmingly blasted by Christians for doing something like that. When it's, "Oh, we're going after your wives, we're going to go after your families," then it's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, eat that Quran. We don't care. Yeah, eat the Quran. Yeah, you got to stand up to that." And
Eat
so
the Quran.
they make it acceptable. They make the mockery, the Muhammad cartoons, the Quran desecrations. It's the Dawa clowns and all their mindless drones who are making this completely acceptable to millions and millions of people.
I agree. Ari Osman said, "Will you be raising money to get the jizya stains off your sweatshirt?" I shall. I will take care of that at another time. It just happens all the time. I'm a prophet. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
You don't need money. You don't need money to do that. You just need to hire a 9-year-old girl to scratch it off.
You mean a child bride? Joseph Baum says, "Thank you so much." Joseph Baum says, "Happy birthday, AP. Happy birthday, AP. Dave, are your family lore with Joel Richardson and his book Islamic Antichristist?"
Yeah, I interacted with Joel back in the day. I was just never interested in end time stuff mainly, so I didn't get too involved in that. Whereas Joel, that's what he does. But I have to say, I have become a little more interested over the past couple of years. So I'll probably be studying that stuff at some point.
See, David says he doesn't care about end times. Thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Jagoda Bessie said, "I donated jizya because it's my brother's birthday." Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. I assume that's me. My name is Sean with the beautiful profile picture. Says, "Come visit Haifa." Inshallah, we'll see. Ayatollah Khamenei said, "Don't lie to me. Both of you are going to go on a lox and bagel sampling spree. I bet you can't wait to eat all that gefilte fish." Sad.
I've never had gefilte fish, but I always have to try stuff that I've never had before, so I'm sure I will eat some while I'm there. I don't remember if I had any last time. I had a bunch of fish. I already told AP, I was like, "Hey, do you like fish?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine with fish," because they have fish for breakfast. You go to eat breakfast, and there's like just piles of fish. I mean, just like smoked fish, not like awesome fried catfish or something like that. Just smoked fish sitting around. So anyway,
that's funny because it's the name of it is German, gefilte fish, because it comes from German times.
See, because they're all Europeans. Remind me to have some gefilte fish while over there and record it. Send it to all these. Everyone.
Get sad. Another instance. Actually, this talks about a poll he made. I should come to that in a little bit. Let's see.
Oh, there's a bunch of those. Gosh.
I know.
How'd you even find all these?
Zagros, who is in the comments and who communicates with me quite often, whom you apparently blocked because he annoyed you. So,
sounds about right. No idea who that is, but that is what I do.
Noble person. "Hey Jew, you know nothing about our faith." Me, well, I do know a lot about it. I was born in the Middle East. Noble person. By noble person, of course, he's referring to Muslim person. He also always uses the noble religion instead of Islam.
Or I
or the
detect
noble fighters or stuff
I
like that.
detect hints of sarcasm.
Yeah. Hey, Jew, but you don't speak Arabic, so shut your Jewy mouth.
It's the noble person. That's funny.
Well, you are from Pakistan, so you don't speak Arabic. I, on the other hand, speak Arabic as my mother tongue, boy. Noble person. Hey, Zionist baby killer, you are a descendant of pigs and monkeys. Me. Oh, I see that you've read your holy books. Noble person. Shut up, you filthy Jew. My faith is respectful and peaceful.
Elon Musk. Oh, this is awesome.
Yeah.
It's just awesome that he's following. He seems to be following Gad Said's tweets in general. That's pretty cool.
I know, but and this is especially interesting that Elon Musk is laughing to this and engaging with this, because this is not just about some political stuff. This is actually about Muslims.
That's straight up mockery. That's straight up
Muslims
mockery
and
of the
Islam.
Ummah. Yeah.
Yeah, Muslims reacting to Jews and insulting Jews, and then even him referencing the holy books, the Quran, which says that Allah turned certain Jews into pigs and monkeys and things like that. And Elon Musk is engaging with this, and people are seeing this and are like, what is happening? What is happening? Why is Elon Musk engaging with this? Is he going to be an Islamophobe now? Is it because he was paid by the Jews? That's pretty much happening right now. And
Hey, wait, go back up. That was mine. I made that. Go that.
Here,
I made that. Imagine
made
a
this?
religion whose fault. Yeah, I made that. I made that meme. Who shared that? That's funny.
some dude, some person,
Rose.
some
That's funny.
woman.
Classic. I'm glad when people
Wow.
share my stuff.
That's nice. That's pretty cool.
Mhm.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You should demand some royalty or something for that. Gatsad said, many people have recently claimed in my X post that the real threat to the world are the Jews and their Zionist plan. Okay, let me actually look at that poll. He recently made a poll, and in that poll, he gave two. Wow, he's tweeting a lot, man. This is like he tweets a lot. He made a poll recently where he asked, "What is a greater threat to the West?" And it was Zionism or Islam.
I did see that one.
And at first, it was like, of course, people were voting Islam, and then some people started
Sharing it.
the Islamist neo-Nazi gang that has recently been forging a great alliance, shared it and tried to terrorize it, and then they took it over and turned it into Zionism. I voted here for Islam proudly, I have to say. I completely outing myself here.
Traitor.
The greater threat facing the West is Islam or Zionism. 56% said Zionism, after it was the other way around, just to troll it and take it over. And he's referencing that and saying, many people have recently claimed in my X post that the real threat to the world are the Jews and their Zionist plans. Could someone explain their logic whilst fully identifying themselves? In other words, if your arguments are convincing and veridical, you don't need to hide your identity nor insult. Simply present your best arguments. Here is my argument for why I think we need to be suspicious of all Mordecai Silversteins. I am utterly terrified when I see Chabad extremists boarding a plane. Most of the 44,000 terror attacks since 9/11 alone in nearly 70 countries were committed by Chabad Torah extremists, who usually scream Chinese food is not kosher before committing their heinous acts of terrorism.
He's funny.
And, Elon Musk also laughed to this, by the way. He also reacted with laughter to this one. So it's just getting very extreme.
Isn't it insane? Like, you've got a religion that calls for the violent subjugation of the entire world, the destruction of all opposition, the destruction of all other ideologies and so on. And then on the other hand, you've got Israelis who want this tiny little piece of land that's like the size of a postage stamp on a map, and they say, hey, we want this little piece of land, and people are saying that's a bigger threat. That's a bigger threat to the world.
It's a bigger threat. It's a bigger threat, of course. A bigger threat. Remika said, happy birthday, brother. It ain't much, but it's honest something. It is much. It is. Everything is much. I appreciate it very, very much. B.Apologetics said, leather strap open while sleeping at night. What is that? What song is that? While sleeping, enter Sandman. Is that? Oh, yeah, that is that. I don't even know that song. I don't really know how it goes. Exit Logic, take that rag and
I just
wipe off his pants. Song tune is Enter Sandman. Yes, I also got an eye injury from Laser Pointer. Pray. I never really listened to that song. I think, which is
I
very
do.
fun.
I mean, the coolest part is the opening guitar riff. They have an awesome intro.
That's nice. I will listen to this song right after the show.
Take that rag off to Never Never Land.
I know it's Metallica, guys. I know. So the fundraisers for the flights, etc. Yes. So the fundraiser, I set the goal right now to 10,000. The estimate is, and I'm going to break that down when I make a video later to announce that. It is the flights are not the flights are not it. So it's the flights.
Flights, hotels.
It is multiple flights for David and me, for hotels, for staying there, for getting around there, equipment that we need, people that we need to
You're actually
hire, and so on.
you're actually too low, because when you factor in, like, if we want to equipment rentals and stuff like that, it's going to be more than that. 5,000 is just basically, that's estimated because that's what it was for my wife and I went there, and it was about a similar amount of time, and it averaged out to about 5,000 per person. Someone else paid for me, but I had to pay for my wife, and it was around 5,000. So that's just that's what a trip that long takes for the flights and all that. So anyway, but
You see,
yeah, so stuff beyond that, yeah, it's going to be more than that. But yeah,
it is
that will
going
help.
to be
That will
more.
definitely help.
It is going to be more. I'm just being just going for the
You're being conservative because you're MAGA.
yeah. It's because of my secret Christianity. God said, let me re-explain this important point about Islamic theology. The Quran has two periods, the Meccan and the Medinan. In the former, Muhammad was more peaceful and tolerant. Where was I? Peaceful and tolerant. I just looked somewhere else and lost where I was. Wait a minute.
Tolerant in his proselytizing.
Oh,
And
in his
as such,
proselytizing, and as such, he attracted few adherents. In the latter, he was astoundingly less peaceful and tolerant, and the ideology grew. Now, whenever two statements in the Quran contradict one another, the later one abrogates, nullifies the earlier one. Hence, if in the Meccan period it says love X, and in the Medinan period it says kill X, X better start running fast. When peaceful verses are quoted, they have often been abrogated by later verses. Professor Dr. God said, he, they typing on stolen land.
Yeah. My only critique there is, it's important to keep in mind that when, according to Muslim sources, according to their own historical works, even though Muhammad was preaching, hey, to you be your religion and to me be my religion and so on in Mecca, he still had his goal set on conquering, because according to At-Tabari, he's actually telling his tribe, guys, if you all just unite around me, we will take over Arabia. Everyone's going to submit to us. The Christians are going to submit to us. Everyone's going to submit to us, and so on. So it was a plan even in Mecca, which means that all this, peace and tolerance, it's all for show. It's all for show during that time.
Faux show.
Faux show.
Faux show. And here is one where Elon said, your talent at dry comedy is excellent.
It is awesome that Elon's following God said. That's awesome.
He's just and God said, well, thank you, my good sir. But here, this is what he was saying. So I'm a Muslim and I'm still learning about Islam. Islam is too deep to be learned with a few words or lessons, but I'm not underestimating your intelligence. But because I have been studying it for years, I tell you that even many Muslims do not know much about it. God then said, I agree. You have to truly immerse yourself in Arabic philology to understand that kill, 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 death to Jews, kill, 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 really means kill the Jews with love and kindness. It's only when I delved deeply into the beauty of 4 genocidal edicts that I realized how peaceful it was. And this is where
oh, this is awesome, man.
No,
I had no clue. I thought Elon responded to one of Gad's tweets, and Elon's checking them all out. This is awesome.
He's closely following God's
This
and
is
everything
cool.
everything he posts about Islam and Islamism now. So that is very, very funny to see. Very, very, very funny to see.
What it's absolutely hilarious is Elon having endless trunks of money at his disposal, if the Dawa guys start going after him, how dare you? We will humiliate you. Elon is the sort of guy who can just say, every complaint you guys send me right now, I'm going to send $50,000 to the Apostate Prophet. It's like done. It'd be complete silence. He can do that kind of thing. Or I will fund GadSad from now on if you don't shut up, everyone. And they would have to shut up. What are they going to do?
Inshallah, alhamdulillah. So, thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it very much. Uzair said it's all about the context. Winter said you see. AP, you Mossad Chill said ES 1002. Yes, I am a Mossad Chill. Read Jamia Tirmidhi 2978. David is looking that up right now as we speak. I think because that's what he looks like. Whenever he looks like that, he looks something up. That just was mentioned. Grumpy Granny says, toward the mouse costume, leave security behind for your families. Yes, indeed. What is Tirmidhi 2978? What is that?
I'm looking it up.
You're looking it up?
Well, you just enter it in Sunnah. I actually look it up in the actual Darussalam edition.
Wow.
Like a grown man.
Wow.
2798 from Jabir, who said the Jews would say, whoever goes into his wife's vagina from behind her. Oh yeah, these are pretty famous stuff. Then his child will be cross-eyed. So Allah revealed your wives are a tilth for you. So go to your tilth when or how you will. Yeah, so that's the historical background for Surah 2, verse 223. But keep in mind there are a number of historical backgrounds. They all revolve around Muslims moving to Medina, and then they're marrying. You have people marrying now between Medina and Meccans, and the ladies from Medina didn't want to have sex in certain positions because they'd heard from the Jews that this is bad. So they're telling their husbands, no, you're not having sex in that position. You're not doing that. And then so this eventually gets brought to Muhammad that this woman is refusing to obey her husband who wants to have sex with her in a certain position. And she's saying no. So he gets brought to Muhammad. And that's when Muhammad receives the wonderful revelation. Your wives are a tilth. Plow them however you want. So she needs to shut up. She doesn't get to object.
The Jews would say, whoever goes into his wife's vagina from behind her, then his children will be cross-eyed. So Allah revealed, your wives are a tilth for you. So go to your tilth when or how you will. Of course, take everything with a grain of salt when it comes from the hadiths directly. Yep. What was it? Let me re-explain. No, that's it. That's not it. Okay, that's it. So here,
Scott Saad, yesterday I put out a few polls, and I'd like to report the final results of those polls. But before I do that, I had posted also a tweet yesterday where I wrote.
But before I do that, Ora Hirschfeld said, "Good work. Here's some shekels from the Mossad. Thank you so much." And deliver my greetings to Mossad. We will be there.
We'll be soon. We'll be there soon. Huh?
Yeah. I'll say hello to them.
We'll be meeting in person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, alhamdulillah. Prono 222 said happy birthday. Thank you so much. And also gifted a bunch of memberships, by the way, earlier. Saw that. Very, very nice. Thank you for making this cult larger. Crusader General ridiculing Islam as the second best way of effing Abduls. Alhamdulillah. Lucian said Ireland women's basketball team refused to shake hands with the Israel team and lost 87-57. Really?
Good.
That's not nice. She was 9 years old, says 1 more year away from 9 years old. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, said Lilac Flower Days. AP, God bless. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Pronat gifted 5 memberships. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Corey Barron said, please live stream on candidate RFK Jr.'s views on Hamas in Breaking Points YouTube video, RFK Jr. challenge on Israel interview, especially around 12:46. I'll make a note of that.
Take a screenshot of that.
I'll make a note of that. I'll check it out. I'll keep it started here. Goifos said, glad to catch the stream. Here's a happy birthday to one of my favorite random assemblages of particles. Is this supposed to be a joke? By the way, could you explain Mishkat al-Masabih 3868? Mishkat Masabih 3868. Of course, we shall do that. If anyone reserves a horse, is it? Yeah. If anyone reserves a horse in God's path with faith in God and belief in his promise, its food, drink, dung, and urine will be in his scale on the day of resurrection.
Sweet.
That is beautiful. It is kind of metaphorical.
No,
Where-
it's literal.
where how do you say that? Reserves a horse in God's path. So yeah. What is it? Using, delivering, whatever, in God's path with faith in God and belief in his promise. Its food, drink, dung, and urine will be in his scale on the day of resurrection. That means that those will be, like, I guess the weight of that will be added to your stuff in the afterlife. It's just a bunch of weird. How did you even focus on this? This is how Muhammad describes things.
Well, some people want the dung and the urine on their scales, so
yeah, I want it in my mouth. Talmudic Tunnels Construction Inc. says,
you see, AP admits the truth. Urinating upon one another.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Wait a minute. Who did this? Wait a minute. Adventures.
One of these miracles is the knowledge of the unseen, the future. The Prophet, peace be upon him, informed people many times about the unseen, the future, and he, peace be upon him, never hesitated or avoided doing that, and everything he said came true. He never doubted it.
Sunan Abu Dawud 203. The Messenger of Allah said, "The eyes are the leather strap of the anus, so one who sleeps should perform ablution."
The Messenger of Allah said, "The eyes are the leather strap of the anus, so one who sleeps should perform
Look at
ablution."
AP.
I don't know what that means.
When you sleep, there is a chance that you pass wind, and when you pass wind, you have to
I'm cracking up during the debate. I can't even.
redo your ritual.
There's
ablution.
you could pass wind through your anus hole.
Security is not.
Especially, and the risk is increased if you've been repeatedly met by Diha al-Kalbi, and he thinks that you're his tilth that evening, and he can plow you however he wants, and who knows what's going to come out at that point. There's just no way of knowing, and so this is perfectly reasonable teaching.
The guy actually tried to explain it.
When you sleep, you are likely to pass wind, and therefore you have to redo your ablution before prayer.
How did the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, know that information 1400 years ago? It's because that information was from the Creator.
Very, very nice. The Adventures of Shake It Off.
Shake it
posted
off.
this- Yeah,
Shake it off, baby.
25 minutes ago. I just got that as a recommendation. That's very, very
nice.
Oh, this is a birthday present for AP. Thank you.
Oh, sweet.
Thank you, Shake It Off. I appreciate it. Very, very nice video. Very nice video.
That was
Wait,
funny.
Hold on.
The Messenger of Allah said, "The eyes are the leather strap of the anus, so one who sleeps should perform
Look at you.
ablution." I don't know what that means.
When you sleep, there is a chance that you pass wind, and when you pass wind, you have to
Look at you. Look at
redo
you.
your So this is about purity, not this thing.
Look, it's funny because you're not even trying to be disrespectful. It's just hilarious that he's giving a defensive. You're even like covering your face and stuff like
Yeah, I'm trying to suppress my laughter here.
Well.
You are likely to pass wind, and therefore you have to redo your ablution before prayer.
How did the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, know that information 1400 years ago? It's
This is so good. This is very, very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Speaking of the tunnels, yeah, this actually did happen. So here, tell anybody at the festival, there is no single evidence, no single witness saying anything like that. This is just like when you say that the tunnels in New York City were actually child sacrifice, sex trafficking tunnels.
I didn't say that. Where did I say that? Where did I say that?
Okay, maybe it's not child.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Let's see
Where did
what
I
you
say
said.
that?
Let's see what you said. Okay, let me bring this up. Let's see what you said. No, for sure that these Talmudic tunnels were for child trafficking. These are your words about the New York City.
Look at him grinning.
Where
Trafficking.
students of the Haredi Jewish community against the authorities of their own religious, school, built a tunnel to expand their temple. You interpreted that together with the neo-Nazis as a child trafficking ring to abduct children and use. He's laughing. Why is he laughing about?
Yes, just picturing the traffic, little kids.
Of course, that's what I think. That's what I like to think of.
Do you have proof? Do you have proof that wasn't used for child
Did James have to walk? Was James so revolted that he had to walk away?
Yeah,
Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face.
Look at his beautiful response. This is the logic.
Do you have proof? Do you have proof that wasn't used for child trafficking?
Yeah, proof.
Wow.
Yeah, proof.
You want me to provide? You want me to provide the proof?
Where is the,
so it is true?
Where's the peer-reviewed paper?
It is true
where's
because I don't have.
Where's the peer-reviewed paper on this thing that just happened?
Yeah, this is the guy. This is the logic of
Look
the
at his
guy
face.
that I debate.
Wow, wow, wow.
And I actually did 4 hours of debating with this guy who, when I confronted him on his statement, Talmudic child trafficking tunnels in New York, and how ridiculous this is, he said, "Oh, where's your proof that it's not used for that?" This is...
Welcome to Dawa, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Dawa.
This is the level of the intellect that we're dealing with here.
Let's use your standards.
Thank you for exposing yourself here, right here. So that sounded bad. He didn't expose himself. Like he's still, yeah. That would be really bad.
Yeah.
That would be really, really bad.
Yeah, especially if he did what Muhammad did. He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna pull up my shirt. Who wants to kiss me all over my body?"
Are there any kids here?
The mission.
Guys, pretend I'm the Black Stone for a few minutes and smooch me.
Big tunnels, which are actually...
Are they not Talmudic?
Which
are they not Talmudic?
Which are a child trafficking...
Are they not Talmudic tunnels?
What are you talking about? You said Talmudic tunnels for child... What in the world does that even mean? I still don't get it. Like, what?
Because it's a Jew. Because it's got the Jews. Anything with Jews is Talmudic.
What does Talmudic tunnels mean?
It means tunnels built according to the rules of the Talmud and Jewish law.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking about?
Go under your building. Go under your building in Brooklyn and build some tunnels.
The thing here is that James completely stole the show here by walking around with his red shorts under his
He's got a jacket on. What was he thinking? He could just stop his camera for a minute.
Are there directions in the Talmud saying yes, you may? So yeah,
at least he wasn't in like briefs or something like that.
I know. That would be really, really bad. Hey, I received this message earlier, by the way, from some big Muslim account. By big, I mean it's not just some rando. It is this guy is actually known in some circles. He goes on Spaces quite a lot. He has 14,000 followers on Twitter. It's not just some random guy. He sent me these messages. He sent me a bunch of messages, and I was just checking messages. And he says, "Did you know the devil rapes your ear every night? He also takes a piss in your mouth. Cover the eyes or the ears of your children if you have them present at this point, please." 3, 2, 1. Okay. Did you know the devil rapes your ear every night? He also takes a piss in your mouth and rubs his balls all over you, knowing you will be his sex slave in hell. When you speak in such ways about our prophet, demons fantasize about molesting you. in ways
Why
that the
would
most
I mean?
evil people on this earth do. What?
I mean, wouldn't if these beings are really evil, wouldn't they want you to be going after Muhammad? Like, why would you be their enemy? Notice what the assumption is. These guys are enraged at you for making fun of Muhammad. If demons are mad at you for going after Muhammad, that makes it sound like Muhammad is on the same side with the demons and they're defending him.
Yeah.
Weird stuff. So you
Wait,
heard
let
it
me-
here, folks. You heard it here.
Let me play this music here because Black Angel insists that it sounds like porn music. Did you know the devil rapes your ear every night? He also takes a piss in your mouth and rubs his balls all over you, knowing you will be a sex slave in hell. When you speak in such ways about our prophet, demons fantasize about molesting you. That the most evil people in this earth do. Your punishment in hell is one of a kind. If we don't repent and seek to approach things in a neutral or positive manner.
Yeah.
Sexy. I don't even know if I'm keeping up with the beat. I think there is a kind of a sync problem.
No, it
here.
wasn't. No, yeah.
Yeah,
You did a terrible job at keeping up with that beat.
The thing is, what we hear here is, or what I hear here is slightly ahead of what you hear there when I play the music.
Oh, so
It's
in
very
your head, it was, you were perfectly timed, but what everyone else heard was completely off. Okay.
Yeah,
Makes
that's
sense.
of course what everyone would say who can't keep up with the beat. Yeah.
And by the way, we look at stuff like this and say, what is wrong with this dude? But his prophet was the exact same way. That's why this guy's like that. For Muhammad, everything, oh, Satan sleeps in your nose and he urinates in your ear and he passes wind when he hears the adhan. And like everything sounds like it was made for a 4-year-old to giggle at. And that's like the most eloquent man of all time. And then his followers respond like this, and everyone's surprised. What?
We don't wake
why
up.
is he
Satan
responding like
goes
this?
pee-pee in your ears. And this is not just some random account. This is like 14,000 followers. What is this? And I posted this on my page, and he actually replied to it, and he said something like, "Wait, what was that? What was that? Always careful when I go through the Twitter replies here." He said something like, "Oh, thanks for sharing and giving me free clout," or something like that.
Yes, you gave me clout.
Oh yeah, here. I'm so happy you read it. May it strike faith in your heart if you deserve heaven, or may it strike fear in your heart if you deserve hell. Thanks for the free clout. Yes. After reading this about the devil raping my ear,
you're ready to convert,
and all that, and rubbing his balls on
molesting
all over me,
molesting you,
I felt
urinating upon one another.
I felt like, wow, I need to get back to it. I need to go back to Islam again.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Then you could talk like that too.
Yeah.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, all right. Yes, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is very, very much an Islamophobe.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation is made up of 56 countries and the noble land of peaceful Palestine. How did each of these countries, which once had zero Islam, become Islamic? I presume it was largely driven by the Socratic method. I've often heard that Islamic brutal military conquests were actually rooted in peaceful, Socratic, brutal dialoguing.
He's funny.
Brutal dialoguing.
Socratic.
Peaceful, Socratic, brutal, bloody dialogue.
And so later I put
talk to my sword.
Yeah.
Kafir.
Following. North Africa and the Middle East were once home to indigenous cultures that were non-Islamic, zero Islam. They all eventually became nearly 100% Islamic. Does anyone know how that noble transformation took place? And Elon Musk wrote, Socratic debate, ? I love this guy. I love
it. We all do.
Satire, sarcasm, and humor, as I've explained before, is the way that you oftentimes cut through mounds of bullshit. I put up two polls yesterday. I put up several polls, including one on who's worse, Taylor Swift or the Beatles. Taylor Swift won unequivocally as being worse than the Beatles.
What? Why?
What?
Why?
Worst in what sense?
The Beatles are terrible. Why? I understand why you would go against Taylor Swift, but the Beatles are just incredibly terrible. Like, who actually likes the Beatles?
Everyone loves Hey Jude.
Like, everyone knows one or two songs from the Beatles. Like, who knows more than
Name you 20 songs
of
from the Beatles. My goodness.
who knows more than two songs of the Beatles? Like, everyone knows like Yesterday and then Hey Jude. That's it. I actually know like 5-6 songs or so, I guess, but that's it.
Debatable, but those are two pretty nasty ones. In any case, here are two polls that I'd like to cover. The final results are the first one. By far,
Alice, you like the Beatles? I'm blocking you. Thank you. But thanks for commenting.
The greatest number of terror attacks globally have been committed by Islamic extremists or Talmud extremists. 30,821 people answered the poll.
Wait, he made that poll? I didn't see that one.
I didn't see that one. Seems like he went more more specific on details.
How did he word it? Let's see.
Islamic extremists.
Wait. How?
The final results are the first one. By far, the greatest number of terror attacks globally have been committed by Islamic extremists or Talmud extremists. 30,821 people answered the poll. Right. So remember, Islamic.
Look at that.
Talmud extremists.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, who
greatest number? Yeah, at that point, it's I don't think even the people who are voting Talmud extremists take that seriously. It's just we can say this, and we think it's funny to say this. My goodness.
Who in the world? Do even Islamists, do even Muslims themselves believe this? Seriously, anyone who voted here, Talmud extreme, do they even believe this? Does a regular Muslim believe this? I doubt it. Does some Muslim from Pakistan with the name, I don't know, Muhammad something Khan believe this? This is just ridiculous. This is so dumb. This is just typically an attempt at saying, "Oh, this guy is trying to send a message about Islam. How about we troll this? How about we take this poll over and twist it and turn it around and make it something that is completely wrong?" It's so dumb, man.
Implement Talmudic edicts. And the results are 44% said Islamic extremists and 56% said Talmudic extremists. So there are many more terror attacks around the world.
I'm so sick of all these Talmudic extremist terrorists, man. What is this? Like, leave us alone. Leave us alone. Every day I hear of people blowing themselves up in the name of the Talmud.
All the time.
Shooting people because of the Talmud. What is this, man? Flights being taken over and flown into buildings because of the Talmud. I'm so sick of this. Somebody needs to do something about this, man.
Talmudic extremists. Now, a lot of the supporters of Palestine and the noble faith said, "Aha, Gadsad got screwed by his own poll. He thought that it would."
Yeah, you guys aren't making a good point when you do that, right? You make a point that there are way more lying, insane people out there than people think. With this whole, it's just a couple of bad apples and so on. And whoa, you guys really hate Jews and love terrorists, don't you?
Yeah. Yep. That's what's happening.
So he's doing a bang up job. He should do this every day and get the same results just to expose what's really going on.
I like that you all band together to send the mob to answer the polls in the way that you do, because it shows the extent to which we have a problem. So 56%
does show it.
The extremists. Now there is a website that keeps track of terror attacks.
Religionofpeace.com.
Alone in nearly 70 countries, and 44,000 plus terror attacks have been ascribed to the noble Islamic faith. None have been ascribed to Talmudic extremists, but according to
wait, that can't be true, because the poll said 55% Talmudic extremism. So
yeah, they said
Where's he getting that from?
Yeah, it's just like the same site, and then I was making videos about it. But every year back in the day, we would do the Ramadan Bombathon, where we would keep track. We would keep track. So he posted on his site, and I would make videos about the same topic. But every year, just because of what we hear all the time, oh, all religions and all ideologies have their extremists, so Islam is no different, and so on. So every year during Ramadan, the Religion of Peace would keep track of how many terrorist attacks are carried out in the name of Allah, compared with every other religion combined. So you're talking about Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, every other religion combined. And every year it would be like 1,200 Islamic terrorist attacks and zero carried out in the name of any other religion. It was like this year after year. The numbers were different, but it was the same result every year. Occasionally there would be like one by some, like a Hindu guy or something like that. But I mean, it was pretty disturbing. But I mean, notice you've got guys on Twitter. Nope, it's all Talmudic extremists who are doing this stuff. This is nuts, man.
This is funny. He actually did another poll here. Wait a minute. I just saw this here. He did another poll, which says the huge security at airports is largely driven by past terror attacks stemming from Jain extremists, Islamic extremists, Zionist extremists, Scientologists. Now, this year actually went okay, but the ridiculous thing here is, so of course, 15% voted for Zionist extremism, which is ridiculous. Scientologists, which is also ridiculous.
Yeah, that's just funny.
There's actually 2% that voted for Jain extremism. Like,
yeah, the Jains, those are the people who will filter their water and it's different. Like there are devout religious Jews who will filter out their water right before drinking to make sure they don't actually swallow a gnat. But that's because it's an unclean creature. You're not allowed to consume it. So they're trying to keep up with their dietary restrictions. Whereas Jains will do the same thing. They'll filter their water, but it's to avoid killing even something like a gnat. They don't want to kill any living thing. And so it's just funny that 2% of people said Jain extremists.
That is very, 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 very funny. Very funny. Oh, we have a neo-Nazi in the chat. Hey, hello, neo-Nazi. What's up?
Which one?
I think it's one of those brainless Nick Fuentes people. Rainey says, "Why do Jews largely own porn sites?"
Yes, why all porn stars Jews?
All porn stars Jewish? Why are all the porn sites Jewish?
They're all Jews.
Yeah, they're all owned by porn. All owned by Jews. Most are completely owned by Jews. Definitely, man. Definitely. And I'm sure you can actually show that. And one thing that you can probably mention is one of the most popular porn sites, which you might say is owned by a Jew because you saw it on the website.
Nick Fuentes told me.
When you look into it, it's actually that those sites are not owned by that guy. They are owned by a partner company that acquires different companies, and one person who happens to be of a Jewish background is part of that company. He's not the owner of the company, but people have turned narratives like these into regular anti-Jewish conspiracy theories of like, oh, look at this, they are trying to poison the world and make everything immoral and this and that. I mean, dude, there are certain narratives like, oh, Jews are pushing LGBTQ agenda, Jews are pushing porn stuff. Most of these things are significantly more liberal and allowed in Israel than they are in many of these countries that you think Jews push these things on. Why in the world would they be pushing that stuff in their own country, in their own society, if they had this big secret agenda to poison the world? It doesn't even make any sense.
AP seems to know an awful lot about the porn business for some reason.
Yeah.
Draw your own conclusions, everyone.
I know everything about it. Every single thing about it. And as we all know, one of the main one of the main porn stars is, of course, a Jewish person by the name of Mia Khalifa, who is from Lebanon and who supports Hamas. That's very, very funny. Very, very, very funny, man. Somebody already repeated this whole narrative and said a rabbi literally owns Pornhub. It's not true. It's not true. It will take you 5 minutes to research what is the facts on that. I did.
No, I did research it for 5 minutes. I watched Nick Fuentes video and he said it.
I did it.
What other research could you want me to do?
If you search for it, you could find a website that says precisely that, and the website is actually from some Turkish guy whose entire website
Never trust
is about bashing Jews. That's it. And it looks like on the surface it might look like it's an authentic news source. It's not. It's just from a site that is about bashing Jews, and it's just the way that I just explained it. That guy that you are referring to is not a rabbi. He is a lawyer, and he is part of an acquisition company which acquired a company that is the partner company of certain entertainment websites. That's what you are talking about. That's it. It takes you 2 minutes, maximum 5 minutes to find out if it's true or not. But no, you choose to just look at a screenshot. And I'm like, oh, look at that. Look at the screenshot. Look at the screenshot. Look what it says.
I don't have 2 minutes to spare. I'm too busy watching Nick Fuentes.
I'm too busy watching porn instead of researching who owns porn.
Mia Khalifa said she wants to see Jews being killed.
What? Porn is banned and is illegal in Israel? Porn is not illegal in Israel. What are you talking about, man? Anyway. Yeah.
To this poll, we have 56% of terror attacks are largely done by Talmudic extremists. The second one, the greater threat facing the West is Zionism. Now remember, Zionism is the idea that Jews should have their own land.
What? How dare you say that? That's very racist. That's Islamophobic. I know this video is kind of quiet compared to me because I'm very loud. It's because Gadsad happens to make very quiet videos. Somebody should tell him that.
On land, probably the size of New Jersey, maybe less. Surrounding it is about 99.6% of land mass, and the Jewish land is about 0.4%, where there have been Jews on that land well before there were any, thousands of years before Islam existed, before other so-called...
What? Islam always existed. Adam was a Muslim. Abraham was a Muslim. Moses was a Muslim. Jesus, everybody was a Muslim. Everybody was a Palestinian Muslim. Talmudic Tunnel said, when you spread corruption in the land, we'll help you. I spread it under the land. Partner with us for FNA for certified code friendly. I will get in touch. I was looking for a Talmudic construction company, Talmudic Tunnel construction company. I will get in touch with you. This is a very, very good advertisement. Thank you. Arya someone said, is CP a metaphysical matter? Now you really are getting paid by the Jews. I am. I do get paid by the Jews all the time. Velvet Jazz said, happy birthday, AP. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Pronote22 says, come to Kiryat Bialik and I'll show you what real hummus is like. I'm afraid of that. I am afraid of that.
I'll be right back. I forgot I was supposed to put my son Kepler to bed at 9.
Oh, go now. Not up too much. Jefferson said, happy birthday, O Prophet of Allah. Here's our jizya. Know that I feel myself subdued to you, you see. Thank you. You are now subdued and you will be protected from getting killed under our protection when you pay the jizya. Ari Wasserman, if the trajectory continues as it is, all Dawa dudes will succeed in becoming master debaters. I can't read that. The context is very bad here. Curious Cat. In the debate, Daniel said, according to Judaism, Christians, Chinese would be killed, while a Jew would have 2,800 slaves. How would that be possible? You see, when you look at things from an Islamist perspective, you have to put possibilities, logic, all of that aside. Okay. None of that is applicable. Logic is out of the window. Who cares about law? Screw logic. Logic is stupid. Logic is un-Islamic. Don't care about logic. Don't care about logic. Ignore logic. Just take what Daniel Hakikachu said as a fact. Ignore logic. That's how it works. Alhamdulillah. That's the beauty of Islam. And this just shows that Islam is the religion of truth. Hello Outsiders says Elon Musk. Long term, Neuralink, is about coupling the collective will of humanity to AI. Short term, it's about improving the lives of those with brain or spine problems. I know some people are concerned about Elon Musk's Neuralink thing. I, to be honest, am quite excited. I wish we already had the ability to do all kinds of extensions in brain and body to connect with the internet. I am not afraid. I would even offer myself for that test, for such a future. Velvet Jazz, great. A GoFundMe link donated. Hope you feel the Lord's love and presence there, both you and your families. Inshallah. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We'll see what happens. Maybe if when I'm in Israel, I will be overwhelmed, and I don't know. I don't know what happens. Oh yeah, since David is gone anyway, and we'll be right back, and I now own this stream. Here's the fundraiser. We got a fundraiser. We organized a fundraiser. We are having a trip to Israel. Got quite some good donations. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Anonymous people. Got quite some donations without yet announcing it in video form. We have a GoFundMe. I put a humble goal of $10,000 on there right now. David says it's not enough. It'll probably cost much more than that. I just want to be conservative because I am a conservative. But we are going to go to Israel, stay there for a week, flights, equipment, stay, hiring people, and so on. We'll do a lot of work there. I was invited, and I said, "Hey, David, I was invited there. How about we go together? I don't want to go there alone." And he said, "Of course, man, definitely." So if you want to fund that, head to the fundraiser, fund our journey, and help us make great projects there, where we will do everything we can to, of course, counter the idea that we are paid by the Jews and by Israel and by Mossad by going to Israel and staying there for a long time and working for Israel. It will be great. It will be great. Elon Musk, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. Nice. My wife said you're going for 10 days. I know. I'm trying to be I don't know. Yes, that's right. Where's that tweet? Where's that chat? Where's that comment? No, I can't see it. Anyway, yes, my wife said we're going for 10 days. Yes, I am going for 10. We are actually going for 10 days. So when I say a week, I'm not giving you the full number. It's 10 days, more than 10 days. Leather strap-on pleasure machine of the anus says, so haram, it's halal. So haram, it's halal. It is indeed. Hello, Outsiders. X is an abbreviation of the name Christ in Greek, and it's a cross. It is also the Osiris symbol. That might be the motive of Elon Musk here, probably. Ayatollah Khamenei, Hamas paid off Joe Biden with a harem of 9-year-olds. It's all over. America is Palestinian now. If the trajectory continues, I will miss Fajr. Isn't it so funny? People are like, Jews own America. They control America. And Joe Biden is doing whatever he can to just not be pro-Israel right now. It's just fantastic. Did I just hear that correctly? I put all my jizya on you. What type of Muhammad thing is that? Ayatollah Khamenei says Joe Biden eats corn the long way. Let Joe cook. Biden aging like a fine milk. Says Ayatollah. Thank you, Ayatollah, for being here. You can vote in the party primaries to pick who runs for a party. Yeah, you know who's going to run.
Indigenous people in the region existed. Jews were there. So that's all Zionism is. Jews should have their own autonomy, their own sovereignty, their own nation. So the question is, the greater threat facing the West, is it Zionism or is it Islam? And again, some folks with large followings who are not fans of the Jews asked their fans to come in and vote on this. And so 127,523 people voted, and 56% said Zionism was a greater threat to the West than Islam. 44% said that it was Islam. Okay.
Of course. And we all know that Zionism is just there. We all see the Zionist preachers and Zionist apologists out there saying, hey, we want to take over. And once we take over, we will implement Zionist law. And we will bring back slavery and child marriage. And those who leave Zionism will be executed under our apostasy laws. And we are proud of this. That's what all the Zionists are saying. This is just the ridiculousness of it. Like, there are people out there who are actually talking about Jews and Zionism as if it was like, taking over or being an existential threat. Meanwhile, they are siding with the Islamists who actually explicitly say that they want to take over and overthrow your system and implement everything that you pretend to be against. What kind of insanity is this? What kind of insanity is this, David? What is wrong with you?
It was the perfect insanity.
Alhamdulillah. Perfectly spoken. Ecclesiastes said, I just converted to the Jehovah's Witnesses. No holidays allowed. Just kidding. Happy Pasta Day, AP. Happy Pasta Day, AP. That's Turkish. Is this true? Is world's largest Baha'i temple in Israel? Is that true, David? I think it is.
I don't know. Is it the largest? I know it's one of the most important. That's in Haifa. That's in Haifa, right? Is that in Haifa?
Baha'i temple. I want to go there. It looks pretty nice. Baha'i house of worship. I don't know if that's true. There is a very, very big one.
It's pretty nice and fancy as well.
Nice and fancy.
I've seen pictures of it.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a very nice one. Looks like heaven. Almost heaven. Baha'i temple. Johnny Oren said, I work in a military factory and will enlist in the IDF Air Force in April. I can't wait to support and defend my family and friends. Thank you so much for your support and the fight for truth. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best and much respect. Very, very much. And don't listen to what these people around the world say that have an agenda against your existence. Much respect. Much respect. Ari Wasserman said, happy birthday. When do you turn 9 again? Tomorrow. Yeah.
Hey, when we're in Israel, we got to get some super cool IDF shirts.
We will.
I wonder, because you can buy those at t-shirt shops and stuff, the IDF shirts. But wonder if we talk to some IDF guys, they get us like the real deal. You know what I mean? If we got a little shekels, got some little handful of shekels for that authentic IDF shirt. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Those would be cool to watch in. Those would be cool to wear in shows.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. It's fantastic. Do you know who else wore IDF shirts when they were doing things in Israel? Hamas. They wore IDF. They pretended to be IDF and actually wore IDF.
Did they?
Uniforms. Some of them. Yeah, some of them.
That's an Anders Breivik move, where he actually dressed up as a police officer, and so kids think that he's there to rescue him when he's the one massacring them.
Yeah, and you know what some Islamists did in response to that? They said, "Oh, look at the video. They are wearing IDF uniforms, so it's IDF. Obviously, they are killing the civilians." Ayatollah Khamenei said, "Never forget, Sisi opened the gates to Gaza during Cinco de Mayo." During Cinco de Mayo, to allowing October 7th to happen.
I told him, and I had to call up my old friend Corn Pop, and he said, on Cinco de Mayo, Mexico needs to open up the border with Gaza.
You're talking too fast, man. You have to speak significantly slower for that. Yeah.
And I said, hey man, you go ahead and do this one favor for me, and I'll wear a sombrero right now. Show solidarity to the people of Mexico and their support. What's wrong with this dude?
Beautifully said. Beautifully said.
Now we've seen.
Let's celebrate our next president. Shit again. Or not.
Joe struggled with the simplest of concepts. He can't remember who is alive or dead. He can't.
Rita, I love what you do, and I know we follow each other on Twitter, but it's very hard to listen to that accent.
remember his own administration's policies.
Isn't this an atrocious accent, man? What?
No, it just sounds that way to you because you're Turkish, and and Australian is the opposite of Turkish. Just so you know, this accent is like 100 times better than Russell Brand's.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Yeah, this is Rita Panay. She's very active on Twitter. She has been also outspoken on things like Islam and Islamism for a long time. Very, very nice. Does very good work. But unfortunately, she speaks in a very strange accent that is that people speak who are completely made up of criminals.
Struggled to count to 3. Remember that? And now we have this incomprehensible word salad. See if you can keep up with what Joe's trying to convey here.
My younger sister used to be 3 years younger than me. Now she's 23 years younger. There was not a single solitary Biden man that is younger than any Biden woman. And my wife, by the way, we're at a community college. My wife is teaching today. My wife is a full-time college professor at a community college.
Okay, that was one example.
That wasn't a problem. That wasn't a problem. I get what he was saying. He's saying
that was
the older he gets, she doesn't age because she's a woman, so she keeps telling her that's a joke.
Yeah, that was not too big of a problem. It was just a little bit of a dig there. Yeah. And it just sounded a little bit hard to follow at some point. That was not that big of a deal. Come on, look, they are trying to present Joe Biden as this guy who can't even put proper words together, and then they can't even find examples because the guy is a perfect speaker. See, this is what I did.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. See, I just try to present something of Joe Biden not being able to speak, and there was nothing. I couldn't find anything, and this proves that he's completely fit. And there you go. We'll elect him.
Islam has conquered 56 countries and the Palestinian territories. Zionism is a land that is the size of a small state in the United States, where 20% of the population are Arab Israelis. When I ask people, well, how do you arrive at the conclusion that...
I was actually looking for a different Joe Biden video, and I thought it was that one, which is why this whole confusion happened right now.
Zionism is the greatest threat to the West. Usually the argument is it's a range of Jew-hating conspiracies. It's the Jews that control banking. It's the Jews that control our jobs. It's the politicians who are hoodwinked by the Israeli Zionist lobby, and therefore they were...
David, did you ever notice something about the hip-hop industry?
What about?
It's all owned by black people. Why do you think that is?
It's not.
Do you think there's like there's a plot to take over the world or something?
Obviously.
Oh, okay, good.
Pursue their interests. So effectively, Zionism in an indirect way is much, much more dangerous, according to those folks, than Islam is. And if you point to any specific, say, terror attacks or any conquest...
You see, Leah Nicole said, "Oh my gosh, you're right." See,
what
people didn't know this so far. I just exposed the truth here about the African American plot to control the world, and you can see this right in the hip hop industry, which is overwhelmingly black.
And so on. Each of those conquests turns out to either not have been done by Muslims. It was a false flag operation. It was really Jews who did it. And they say it. It's very clear. 9/11 was really Jews who did it. Or they'll say, to the extent that they'll admit that it was the noble faith that was the instigator of a particular terror attack or military conquest or colonial conquest or subjugation.
Exactly. So that's the point here. And yes, that's what's happening. And Elon Musk is an Islamophobe. That's what we have concluded so far. David, what do you think about all of this?
Oh, he was just saying Israel is about the size of a
peanut,
a small U.S. state, and so I looked it up. I recalled hearing New Jersey, that it's about the same size as New Jersey. So I looked that up, and yeah, they're about the same size. They're about the same size and about the same population. They're both around 9 million people and about the same landmass size. So for anyone who is wondering what kind of landmass we're talking about, there is this little speck of land in the middle of a sea of massive Muslim countries, and this place is about the size of New Jersey, and it is the target of jihadis everywhere.
That's beautiful. 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 It's powerful stuff. That's how it works.
Everything is beautiful in its own way.
What is it with porn stars supporting pro-Palestine?
Why are you back on porn stars again?
That's all I think about all day.
I'm like, and here's a quick geography lesson, kids. You're like, but porn.
I was just looking through tweets that I recently engaged with. Here is a footage. Here is a footage which my dear friend, Egyptian atheist, posted, who is an Arabic speaker, and here is an exchange between Gazans and the IDF. What is happening here is Gazans are saying we don't want them. They're sons of bitches. They're thieves. They betrayed us. IDF says who? And Gazans say Hamas. You can hear the Hamas. But of course, this is they were all forced and paid to say these things, so you can't trust them.
I mean, think about it. So a lot of these people. Of course, there are Hamas supporters all over the place here, and but there are people here who are living pretty normal lives. They had their homes, and their kids went to school, and they, some of them had jobs and so on. And then Hamas did a big attack, and then their building gets leveled, and now they have to figure out what they're going to do, and they have to pack up what belongings they can bring with them to go figure out where they're going to be. Why? Because of Hamas.
Hamas. All right. 123 said David Wood and AP are legends. Muzzle tov AP. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Toda. Thank you. Kirsten C made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Kirsten. Very, very much. Ecclesiastes said AP, an old friend, is saying there is a tunnel in Turkey from 800 BC. This is not true, right? What do I tell people who get conspiracies on TikTok, etc.? There's a tunnel in Turkey. There are probably tunnels in Turkey.
Yeah, there are probably tunnels in lots of places. I'm not sure about the point.
I would say that there is a tunnel in Turkey. Yes. Arya, someone said, you see, Ari and the Jews ask perverted questions.
Got a point.
That's what's happening. Ayatollah Khamenei said, Fatwa AP on stream. I disavow Trump. AP at home. The election was stolen. Free my homies at January 6th. Well, I didn't say I disavow Trump. I said I'm not a fan of Trump. Get your facts right. How dare you? Messianic Apostate said, what I would like to do with AP, if possible, is do a live stream refuting the Israel equals ISIS nonsense. I don't know if you can take anyone seriously who actually says anything like that. But if you are talking about the whole Israel created ISIS nonsense, I have gathered so much research refuting this. Okay, I would be happy to do that. Messianic Apostate. I would be very happy to do that. Hello, outsider said Elon is an antichrist. Beware. I will beware. Ari Wasaman said, if the pelvic trajectory continues as it is. Andreas Christensen, Iki Dodon AP, Tebrikler. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is in Turkish, a language which, once you speak it, you will be cursed forever. I know it's too late now to break it to you, but there you have it. Vinny the Pooh says, happy birthday, AP. Here's some shekels for cookies. Thank you for all the work you guys do. Safe travels to Israel. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very, very much. We will have specifically unsafe travels, because of your wishes, just to go against you. Crossover maniac. If you don't support either Biden or Trump, then who would you want to be president? I personally think, like, when I look at Joe Biden and Donald Trump, they both are too old and they don't appeal to and they don't stand for the values that I hold dear. I would think a perfect presidency, a perfect administration, would be one that consists of Kim Kardashian as president
And SpongeBob as vice president.
no, I was gonna say Justin Bieber as vice
Then
president.
we have to fight.
Well, just send me location.
Yeah, I think Biden is completely, totally incompetent, and he is a puppet. So the real question when you're voting for Biden is who's going to be controlling the strings, and you don't know. Might be a person you like, might be a person you can't stand. Just don't trust the entire situation. With Trump, you're dealing with a narcissist. Now, you might actually like narcissists, right? I mean, lots of the Dawa guys are narcissists. Lots of people like them. You might think that you might think, guess what? Narcissists can be useful in certain situations, because if you got a narcissist and he knows that his legacy, his reputation is going to be determined by the things he does, he might actually try and get lots of things done. I mean, if I were forced to pick, which I'm not, because I don't even have to, I'm not even allowed to vote, so I have nothing to do with it. If I had to pick between Biden and Trump running a country, I'd go with Trump. But I would actually prefer someone that people on both sides, even if they disagree with, at least respect, because that's how things used to be, right? You'd have Reagan, and there were plenty of Democrats who respected Ronald Reagan. There were plenty of Republicans who respected Bill Clinton. So we're talking sex scandals aside and stuff. As far as like what he's doing, there were Republicans who respected Bill Clinton and so on, and JFK and so on. So back in the day, you could have leaders that are respected by both sides, even if their guy didn't win. I would rather have that. However, I'm not convinced that we can have that anymore, right? People have become so polarized that it's going to be whoever gets selected is going to be someone who is like a mortal enemy to the other side, and it's going to be ha ha ha, we got our guy in power in your face. And so, given the situation, yeah, you're one side is going, whoever wins is going to pick someone who's absolutely revolting to the other side. So we may be stuck with this.
I just highlighted this comment because I read first Let's Write an AP. I thought, funny. But then I look at the username and it's like, my Zabiba's trajectory.
And they got Worf. That is the ultimate Zabiba there. I mean, look what he did to his forehead.
Yeah, or I would say I choose the cow for president. I choose the cow.
Hey, you remember a few years ago when someone nominated D's nuts in Michigan?
Yes, I know. I remember.
It was like winning for a while or something like that. People were like, but no, I mean, keep in mind, those are people who are like, given the choices, I would vote for D's nuts. If that were an actual option on like a ballot for president, you would have a certain number of votes for Trump, certain number of votes for Biden, and then D's nuts there would be a lot of people voting for D's nuts just as a show of like their contempt for the other candidates.
I would vote for these nuts. Ocean Mist said cow goes 2024. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Now, honestly, honest thoughts. I think the whole system in America, when it comes to government, when it comes to elections, is completely messed up and represents a very poor form of democracy, which is it's just a cycle, a constant cycle between these two parties that are guaranteed to win, one or the other. They keep passing the ball back and forth. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to do crap to get to to become the next administration at some point within a few years. It's like the Democrats. The Democratic Party is a big tent left party. The Conservative Republican Party is a big tent right party or conservative party of all kinds of different ideologies, all mixed together into these two different bowls of soup. And it doesn't really matter what these people who are part of that soup promise to do. It doesn't matter at all, because this one will win now. The other one will win in 4 years or in 8 years, and then they will pass it back again. Whereas, for example, in many European countries where there are actually functioning democracies, there are different political parties and different politicians that have to actually make an effort in order to be taken seriously, in order to get elected, in order to make it into the parliament. They have to make a case for why you should elect them, instead of just saying, oh, "Okay, I'm gonna run for this party, and I'm gonna do this, and I'll probably only keep like 10% of my promises. Nobody cares anyway. I'm gonna get elected anyway. If not me, then in 4 years it's gonna be me." This is not a democracy. This is a joke. It's a serious joke. It's very terrible that it turns into this. It's a two-party system that is so corrupt and so ugly, and even within this two-party system, you are supposedly able to elect somebody who is going to emerge from one of these parties and run, and the one who runs is often the one who represents the establishment or a ridiculous part of the population. In this case, the establishment endorses Joe Biden. The ridiculous part of the population endorses Donald Trump. No offense, and that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I just have to say,
if I have to, I will vote for one of these. Obviously, if it comes down to it, if I absolutely have to, but do I want to? No.
Yeah, I would have to say, on behalf of all real Americans, we're not going to sit back and allow a Turkish German to criticize our system. You massively dysfunctional weirdo. Yeah, but there is the problem with the two-party system, because as I mentioned earlier, like the parties decide who their guy's going to be, and all you do is vote for your party. You don't actually get to pick the person in the country that you think is going to do the best job. You think the system narrows it down to two candidates, and you vote for the guy who's on your side. It's kind of the illusion of you having a well functioning democracy. And so it would be cool if you had other options and other parties. It never works the way the system is, because whoever the third party candidate is going to be, he's a little closer to the Republican side, like Ross Perot was back in the day, or he's a little closer to the Democrat side. And whenever you have a third party who gets, who gets any number of actual votes, whichever side he's closer to loses, because you just took away, if it's more left leaning, if it's a more left leaning third party candidate, he's going to be taking some of the votes from the left, and then the guy on the right's going to win. Or if the candidate is a little more on the right, he's going to take away some of the right's votes, and then the guy on the left is going to win, which is that's how Clinton got elected. Ross Perot ran, and a bunch of Republicans voted for Ross Perot because he's a business guy, and so Clinton won. Anyway, it's just, you can't, whatever side of the political spectrum you're on, becoming a third party candidate basically guarantees, if you're successful and you get a bunch of votes, basically guarantees that your side is going to lose, and the opposite side is going to win. And so you can't have it. They lose their minds if there's going to be a third party candidate.
Yeah. I still have the cow goat comment up here. Crossover Maniac said, if you don't support either Biden or Trump, then who would you want to be president? I already read this. I already read that.
How many times do we have to answer the same question, AP?
I want to say something so based. Somebody said we are not a democracy, we are a republic. Those two are not mutually exclusive. America is a representative democracy.
It's a form of democracy. It is not. It's not a pure democracy. You don't the population doesn't get together to vote on everything and so on. It's a form of democracy.
It's not a direct democracy. It is a form of democracy, and so on. Zane, give the 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very, very much. You know what? I would imagine that we would be much better off if we had a system where the average person couldn't just run for office, and where the average person couldn't just vote. And I know this sounds very based, but in a sarcastic sense, but I would say it would be very nice if a government was unironically established by people who are specifically trained for the job, who go into it, who go through many years of education, and have to specifically study a certain field in order to then work in that certain field as part of the government. You can't just decide, oh, well, I want to be a politician, I want to run for president, I have a good job, I have a history as a lawyer, I have a history as this, I have a history as that, I want to run. And some guy who doesn't even care about politics is like, okay, I'm going to vote for this guy. No, that's not how it should work. It should work the way that people who actually know what they are doing, who are actually trained for it, go into the politics and become part of the government. And those who actually know vote for it.
Yeah, what you're calling for is called a meritocracy. You want a meritocracy, and that would be ideal if you could actually make it work. You remember Ali G when he had his little panel on democracy, and he's complaining. And he's like the biggest idiot in the world, but he goes, because I don't see why I should get the same number of votes as someone who's an ignoramus. And, that's awesome.
Yeah. Yes. Adventures of Shake It Off said, happy birthday, AP. My presents to you, the super chat, a donation towards your trip, and a 1-minute video about the eyes being the latest drop of the anus. Oh, yeah. See, I already watched the video before this super chat.
Classic video.
Very, very well done. Very well done. Featuring you and Hakikachu. Have a great day. Thank you very, very much. Meritocracy is the way, says Michelle. Meritocracy was often used as a satirical remark to describe a society or a government, but it is actually, I mean, it could actually be imagined. It's just very hard to do because people want to have a say. And
the ongoing issue is you can come up with a wonderful, amazing form of government in your head. It's how do you actually get it to be that way in reality? Because I'd be totally happy with a benevolent monarch. If you had a king who's really a good person, who's really good and seeks the welfare of the people and so on, totally fine with that situation. How do you come up with a system where you're going to have a king who's actually good and isn't evil and doesn't become a tyrant and so on? How do you actually have that? And so you say, oh, okay, well, we'll vote on it. We'll vote on it. And that leads to all kinds of other issues and so on. So it's like, you can come up with all sorts of governments that would work if you actually had them in your mind, but how do you actually get them? And that's the issue. Because anything, as a rule, anything involving human beings is going to get screwed up. That's a rule.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't matter what you pick. If you go the king route, humans are going to screw it up. Democracy is probably, it helps in a lot of ways because people get a say so and so on. But guess what? We'll screw that up too. We'll just screw it all up.
I personally think that a monarchy is much more prone to getting corrupted than a democracy. But I guess in the short term, it could be.
Because it's all on one guy. It's all on one guy, and so it's like coin flip on whether it's going to be good or bad. Whereas if people are voting, then they're taking the how things are going for the population. They're taking that into account, and so they'll push it in a certain direction. But then you end up with like massive levels of manipulation. Everything just they'll screw it up. We'll screw it up. We will find a way to screw things up, ladies and gentlemen. Guaranteed.
Alhamdulillah. Yegoda Basij said, another one for pronouncing my name so nicely. I bet I did it wrong now, just to mess it all up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. HBAP. What does that mean?
No.
David, what does that mean?
I'm the one who always asks you what's letters stand for.
I'm going to keep this here and get back to it once I understand what it means. PBUM said HB. Oh, happy birthday.
Oh, nice.
That's funny. Okay. Happy birthday, AP. I got it only when I switched to the next one, and it also says HP. Wait a minute. Okay. HB, AP. Happy birthday, AP. Old bankrupt Dawa guys like Shabir, Qadi were much smarter than the new Mojab, Ali Da'wa, Al-Han, who are doing a great job destroying Islam. Daily Wire. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. That's very, very nice. Not sure what Daily Wire has to do with all of this, but appreciate the super chat. Peace be upon me. My Zabiba's trajectory gifted a membership. Aisha's goat says happy birthday. CP.
Actually got a picture of our goat there.
But why are you addressing me as CP? Am I CP?
You are CP now, apparently.
If you were talking to Daniel and you said CP, it would make sense. Or if you were talking to Christian Prince and said CP, that would also make sense under different meanings, different contexts. But why me CP? I don't know. Appreciate that.
With Daniel, you're thinking of child predator.
Almost, yeah. Yes. Worse than that. Emmanuel says, actually, explicitly worse, not practically worse. I don't know. Emmanuel says, happy birthday, AP. May God grant you 300 men strength and wish you have a wonderful year. And please receive more revelation for us. Inshallah, I will. If I was still capable of reading some Japanese, I could understand what this means. Please explain it to me. What does this mean?
Well, you said it perfectly, so someone could just translate your words.
Japanese is fantastic. It's like it has in Japanese, when you write, you use 3 different alphabets together. You mix them all.
Ha! Well, I will come up with a language where I write in 20 different alphabets, and it will be even better. What do you think of that?
It's fantastic.
In your face.
Alhamdulillah. Marisa Kennedy, what Mahayar Tusi TV says in live. A real reason why police can't find Abdul Azidi. Have you followed that whole issue with this one guy called Abdul something? What was he? What happened to that guy? Was that in? That was in the.
Now.
Abdul Azidi Clapham attack suspect Abdul Shukur Azidi convicted of sex.
Oh,
offense.
that's a guy who's tossed acid on some people and got some in his own face or something.
Ew! What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I haven't really.
Yeah, a guy who's convicted of a sex attack in 2018, but it doesn't matter what he does. They love you so much.
A Hamilton script say he threw acid on woman and her 2 kids. Jeez, he should drown himself in acid. Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be hiding. It looks like his whole face is screwed up.
Yeah.
So it's not like he could be walking around and people wouldn't spot him. More than 1 week from the chemical attack in London that left a mother and her daughters in hospital. They don't say in the hospital. They say in hospital. The suspect, Abdul Shakur Azidi, is believed to remain on the run. You know what that means? It means someone is hiding him. There are people who are hiding him to protect him. They can't get him. If they can't get a guy who's easily noticeable.
Well, I hope he does what I just said he should do.
I'm sure he will. He takes advice from you, just like everyone else.
Yeah.
What a scumbag.
And that is.
Why are you calling Senator John Fetterman a scumbag, man? Have some respect. Here's Senator John Fetterman.
You're giving us lectures on politics. You can't even say the word senator. My goodness, go back to Turkey, dude.
Who has been very controversial, and lots of people, especially conservatives, had big problems with him. Until lately, he turned out to be the one Democratic guy who's totally telling all those progressive pro-Palestine people to just shut up, go away.
And I've seen people. I haven't been paying much attention to anything he said, but I've seen people tweeting, "How did Fetterman turn out to be the only guy with common sense on the issue of Hamas?" Like, how is he the only one with any common sense?
There were people protesting in front of his house, and he was just waving an Israel flag. And anyway, he gives a speech that was shared very widely.
And that is protesting or demanding for a ceasefire. Let's be honest here. Why aren't you protesting to bring them all home right now? Why aren't you demanding that Hamas surrenders as well too? Bring all of these people back home now. End this. And stop pretending that this is some kind of equivalence here now. This is like, bring them back. And that is
Yeah. So I actually haven't listened to the whole thing, but he's pointing out one of the very, very obvious things here that apparently are very difficult to grasp, which is if you care so much about this thing ending, how about you tell Hamas to surrender and bring home the hostages to end it now? Or do you not
Pretty
care?
straightforward. It's pretty straightforward, right?
Or do you not care?
We want a ceasefire, but Hamas can get a ceasefire tonight if they want one. Hamas can get a ceasefire tonight.
Yep. Input latencies at Alhamdu Kaaba. Happy birthday and God bless to my favorite morally bankrupt ist and phobe. Thank you. Appreciate it, dear ist phobe. Rabbi Nabil Hagab says, how dare you humiliate my brother? He's advocating marriage, not pedophilia, you Islamophobe. Knows too much says, what's more ironic, leftists supporting genocidal pan-Arabic Islamic imperialism that would end them in the name of oppression, or number two, Islamo-Nazis who adore Hitler and Nazism accusing Jews of being Nazis for defending themselves. Nothing makes sense nowadays, man.
Nope. Everyone has clicked up in groups and takes their orders from whatever the group is saying at any point. And you can't object. You have to go along with the group, or the group will cast you out, and then you will have no security, and you'd have to join another group. And so this is what we've got.
If the trajectory continues, then where will this go? Ari Osman said, is Sheikh Djibouti vacationing in your booty now? Yes. Yeah.
Got those backwards.
CJ Elon had a conversation with Ben Shapiro recently. He did. I haven't seen it. Haven't seen it. Hey, did you listen to Ben Shapiro's dope whatever song?
That song? Yeah. We went through it on L's channel. LISO Elohim.
How terrible was it? What do you think?
It's better than you would expect if you heard about it. It's not my kind of like style of rap, so it's not something I would be listening to.
Alhamdulillah. I heard it too.
And I would not generally be a fan of political songs anyway.
The funny thing is that he started getting funny and dissing Nicki Minaj and
that was hilarious. What he was doing, what Ben was doing, that was hilarious.
And then Nicki Minaj actually responded to him and said,
congratulations,
hey,
or something.
Congratulations, actually, it's actually good. And
and I have to say, it was absolutely brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant move by Ben Shapiro, because since October the 7th, he was clearly really angry, and a lot of discussions and so on. Makes perfect sense. I mean, you just had a bunch of his people in Israel massacred, and so he was just noticeably angry and didn't seem like himself a lot of time, because he was like really, really enraged. And so to just come out with a diss track out of nowhere and to start running his mouth at Nicki Minaj and everyone, and Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, and so it's pretty funny.
What's funny is Ben Shapiro first took a hit at Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj then responded in a friendly way and endorsed his song, and then started defending him. And then all the pop culture media, of course, went all like, oh, what is going on? What is this? Nicki Minaj is doing something stupid right now and embarrassing herself by supporting a far-right political commentator. It's
yeah. So we could...
They all just doubled down then.
Yeah, could definitely say it was a very clever move. It was the perfect move. It was brilliant stuff.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And at least she was not 9 years old, so that's a good thing here.
That's good.
That's the good thing here. I was looking at what Ben Shapiro recently posted, and this is what he said: live footage of Biden's press conference. Was it really that bad? People are talking all about it.
Yeah, so I talked to the president of Mexico, and I said, "Hey, what's up at the border there over in with Gaza?" And I said, "Hey, man, I've been celebrating at Taco Bell all day, trying to get my mind around this whole thing. You don't know anything, and Stop acting like Corn Pop, man. Corn Pop's a bad dude. You want to be Corn Pop? You want to be a good, friendly Mexican? Speedy Gonzalez, everyone. Speedy Gonzalez.
What's funny is the whole speech apparently began with him defending his mental capabilities and his memory and sanity, and being angry about it, and then he started talking about the Mexican president, CC.
Yeah, the Mexican president, Senor CC.
Man. I really need to have a closer look at what happened here.
And then I was talking to Vladimir Putin, president of Israel, and said, "Hey, we need a ceasefire there in Israel."
Man, this is
it's messed up because it's like, it's hilarious, like how bad this is, but at the same time, I mean, it's like so insanely dangerous that you got people completely controlling a guy who has a lot of power.
What is? I don't know who these people are, but I just want to have a look right now because.
When we pushed all these programs, I said I'm going to be a president for everybody, whether you live in a red state or a green state.
What?
Red state or green state?
What?
What? We pushed all these programs, I said I'm going to be a president for everybody, whether you live in a red state or a green state.
Okay.
Well, it's a red state or green state. Green state.
I'm glad that the Green Party is finally getting some recognition.
Yeah. AOC was like, finally, the Green New Deal is kicking off and taking over entire states. He.
He raised that. Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, it wasn't any of their damn business. Let me tell you something. Some of you have commented. I wear, since the day he died, every single day, the rosary he got from Our Lady of
something. You know, the thing.
Every Memorial Day, we hold a service remembering him, attending where he raised that. I think that, as you know, initially, the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side.
All right, man. This is a very, very sad situation.
I just want to say once more, I am not in favor of I have no desire to make fun of Biden. It's the
Same.
people. It's the people who are propping him up as the next as the current president and the next president of the United States. I believe they are completely, disgustingly evil to be doing this. The reason I'm not gonna, I don't want to make fun of him is if I live long enough, I'm going to be like this. I'm going to be well, I'm going to be like that. That's how I'm going to be. I'm not going to be able to formulate a coherent thought if I live long enough. And so I just have to say, if I ever get like that, don't put me in charge of anything. I should not be in charge of basic things in my household, let alone an entire country. If I'm sitting there and you ask me a question, the thing. Do not put me in charge of anything if I get like that. It's pretty simple.
Okay, so there's a relevant part here where he apparently was asked about Israel.
The conduct, I'm of the view, as you know, that the conduct of the response in the Gaza Strip has been over the top. I think that
it's like that Sylvester Stallone movie, Over the Top.
It's
about arm wrestling. Let me tell you about arm wrestling. One time I arm wrestled Corn Pop.
He says
How
it's,
does one of
it's over the top. How was it over the top? He has to. This is the cancer that I'm talking about. He has to appeal to these to the people inside his party that don't support the rational alliance with Israel, and that insist on, that want him to say something critical about Israel. Describe it. How was it over the top?
The president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow.
All right. This guy should just. I don't know, man. Welcome, Trump. Trump is probably going to win the next elections.
And it's just insane because we've been through it a million times, but it's such stupid thinking. They're just, the people say it's over the top. They're just looking at like numbers. Oh, they killed this many people. You killed way more of their people. You see, it's over the top. You should have just evened the score. It's not how it works. When we went into when we went into Germany, when the Allies went into Germany, it was to conquer Germany. It was not to even some score, say, oh, you killed this many people, therefore we're killing this many. It is to take the people in power out of power and make sure they can never do the things they were doing again. Period. It was the same situation with Japan. You are trying to cripple their ability to do these kinds of things again, and make sure that the new leaders are not able to do those kinds of things again. That is what Israel is doing in Gaza. Step one is crushing Hamas. You have to do that. And then you figure out what's gonna work. But what are they doing? They're trying to crush Gaza, and they're being pretty darn careful about how they're going about it.
Yeah, people. I'm not rooting for Trump, right? I'm not. If you asked me politically, if I took a test for a political spectrum, I would be more left than right. I would be more in alignment ideologically with the Democratic Party than with the Republican Party. But given the circumstances right now, the Democratic Party is a cancer, and Joe Biden, seriously, man,
it's pretty pathetic.
This is ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous.
And it's a little surprising to me, because the more everything breaks down into group dynamics and so on, and the more polarized things become, the more cult tactics are going to come into play. And so I would expect like the opposite of a Trump to be the champion of the left right now. In other words, someone who is really good at rallying people around him and inspiring extreme allegiance among his followers and so on. I would expect the same on the left. There's all kinds of manipulation tactics going on, but they don't have that sort of really like a charismatic guy who can rally everyone around him. They don't have that, and so it's keeping a puppet. It's keeping a puppet in power that they control, and keep in mind, they know it, right? The party knows it. I just don't know who's pulling the strings. I do not know what person is controlling what this guy says, and that's creepy.
It's the Jews. The Jews are controlling him to make him go against the Jews.
True.
Yeah, man. Donald Trump is not. Donald Trump is the Mohammed hijab of politics. Okay, I'm sorry. The guy is a liar. He lies whenever he opens his mouth. The guy is a complete perv. He has no values, no standards, no morality. He has nothing.
Hey, don't be talking trash about the potentially next president.
The guy is just mad. He gets people by appealing to the regular average population by making jokes and talking in funny ways. That's what he does, and making promises, most of which he doesn't keep. I mean, keep track of how many times he lies. It's
never. That's how many.
Sovereign Day Youth Kafir said, "Happy birthday. Use this for your trip to Israel or just to buy more Qurans to rip up, inshallah."
I've got plenty of Quran, so yeah, we'll use that for the trip.
Inshallah. Drew Trevor said, "What do you think about Muhammad in Hindu scriptures?" It's not found in Hindu scriptures. Muslims are actually promoting their prophet in pagan prophecies.
Yeah, people like Zakir Naik have been doing that for years, and it's the same thing. It's like, okay, even though it's idiotic and insane to look for Muhammad in the Bible, at least I understand why you're doing that. It's because Muhammad said he's in the Bible, and of course you have to find him or he's a false prophet. But when they make the dumb mistake, right? So he's in Zakir Naik was in a Hindu country and appeals to Hindus by saying, yes, Muhammad is even mentioned in your scriptures. And it becomes obvious that you guys just twist everything. You could twist anything. And someone else could do this. I could go to the Quran. If I use the same methods of the Dawah guys, could find myself all over the Quran.
Yeah. This is funny. I find it kind of amusing when people in the chat start like, "What are you talking about? How dare you? I just turned my like to a dislike. When did Trump lie?"
Oh.
Guys, don't you understand? When we discuss with Muslim apologists and we say, "Look, here is a very clear lie," and they just try to explain it away or ignore it, that's the very same thing that somebody who defends Trump does when you point out a lie. I'm sorry, but I am not an anti-Trump guy, right? I'm not at all, and I have been very, very fair with my assessment of these politicians, but I don't even understand how anyone with an ounce of conservative values even would so fiercely defend Trump. I don't get it.
Yeah, as I've said, I believe Trump is a narcissist. I have pointed out that there may be situations where you want someone with a personality disorder. There could be situations where you think, hey, I would like a psychopath on this issue, because a psychopath is the person to deal with this kind of thing. Or again, a narcissist or something like that. And so it's I don't know, but that's what you got, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get mad at AP for saying I'm not crazy about either side here.
I hate both sides.
Yeah. You want someone we're all going to like, then find someone we're all going to like.
Yeah, my wife often happens to translate my actual words into what I actually mean.
Yeah, he means Christian values.
So my wife just said he means Christian values because I talked to her about the very same thing. Where I say I don't understand how some Christian I know Christians in my private life who specifically because of their Christian values think I would never trust somebody like Donald Trump or even support him. This is a shame. And I'm then wondering I'm just wondering how certain people who are Christians and who care about Christian values would throw their support behind somebody like Donald Trump, who is so contrary to Christian values.
Yeah, I can break down the possibilities. There are, just because I remember when he was originally running, like even when they're at the preliminary stage and so on, there were just so many people, because people who remember him from the 1980s when he's like a business tycoon, he always stayed in business, but we reckon back then in like the 80s, he was like the king of all businessmen, because he stayed active in making sure he's always in the media and so on. So he's like, in people's mind, he's like the champion businessman. And so it's been a common theme among conservatives wanting someone with business experience rather than just going to school to become a politician, someone who can actually run a business, and they would trust that person more to run a country so that they can run it like a business and not do all kinds of stupid things. But he was saying all along, I know how to fix this stuff. Like when he was in interviews and stuff. And back then he was popular because he was on the left back then. He was supporting candidates on the left, and so they loved him, and he was a hero. And he was on Oprah saying, I'd be happy to come and fix all this. I don't want the power, but I'd be happy to come in there, and if it gets bad enough, I'll come in there and fix everything. He was treated as a hero until he declared himself Republican. Then it's he's the most horrible person in the world, and he's a racist and so on. But so you've got that he's a businessman, and so people thinking, oh, okay, we'd rather have a businessman running these things so he understands business. You've got people who as far as Christians are concerned, who like that he is pro-life, so he's against abortion. He's got these sort of thing. But I think a lot of what it is people are looking at the opposite side and going, I can't stand these people and what they're doing and what they're saying. So I want whoever is going to enrage these people the most, whoever is going to upset those guys the most, I'm going to be his biggest fan. Who enrages these people on the extreme left the most? This one guy. And who can you say? Who, out of anyone on the planet, who enrages that side more than Trump? No one. And so for lots of, keep in mind, that's why I like Trump. That's why I like Trump. That I like that about Trump. Not that he's enraging everyone. It's that he's kind of swinging back at people who I really, really can't stand. And I can say I like that about Trump. He just takes it and blasts away and makes fun of them. And I like that stuff.
I personally find the whole pro-choice thing about Trump a very weak thing to go for, because I mean the guy is personally pro-choice. He said it. He said it.
No, I'm not
many
saying.
times.
I'm saying. If you, I mean, he's electing. I mean, he's helping justices get in power. Who, I mean, what did they do? They overturned Roe v. Wade and brought it back to states' rights.
So for
a Christian, that compared to, I mean, it was just a few years ago. They were talking about the possibility of post-birth abortions. I mean, they were talking about this, and maybe a mother decides after seeing her baby she doesn't want him, and who are we to judge, and all this stuff. And it was so revolting. It was so revolting to people that, oh, okay, is this a guy who's going to put some justices in power to stop these guys from this sickness and so on?
Yeah, I mean the guy is personally pro-choice, but he is politically, you know, for the anti-abortion things and all of that. So it's kind of an interesting thing where he just does not go with what he personally believes in, but what is part of his political movement, which is an interesting thing. AP's Rosary. AP's Rosary said AP prays the Rosary every day as he's scared and running from Nader Ahmed. Trump 2024. What a ridiculous,
powerful message.
What a ridiculous super chat. I love it. I have to say, lately I have been thinking, if the trajectory continues as it is, and we are faced with Joe Biden or Donald Trump, I will have to vote for Donald Trump. I will have to do this. Okay.
I'm not the only person I will ever vote for. I've never voted. My dad never voted. I'm not allowed to vote. I can apply for my rights to vote back. I've never seen anyone that I would even want to apply for my right to vote back to vote. But the only person I would ever vote for is someone who guarantees that if he becomes president, he will get me the Blackstone.
Ooh,
someone comes along, David, if I become president, I'm going to get you that Blackstone. Oh yeah, I'm going to get it for you.
You're going to get
I will defend that person to the death.
You're going to get it. I will vote for the Spartans. A guy that thinks says, hey guys, I definitely support you in whatever you decide to do, but don't you think you both may be too high profile people to go into the Middle Eastern environment? Just worried for y'all. Yeah, I specifically don't want to, I'm not going to go to certain places that I would under other circumstances like to visit. Like the West Bank.
Oh, you're going. You're going.
I'm not going to the West Bank.
Don't worry. If any jihadis recognize us and charge us, I'm going to start yelling Muhammad was a pedophile, and I'm going to head in one direction. You get out of there.
Inshallah. That sounds pretty based. Shma'adullah says, happy birthday, AP. Thank you so much, Shma'adullah. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. This super chat from Shma'adullah. Thank you. Stefan the Pelted says, prove. Momo is a milk drink. Bukhari 5576. I choose the cow. Jesus turns water into wine. Draw your own conclusions. Is that the hadith where he is taken to heaven on the back of the Buraq, and he is then offered 3 choices of drinks, and he chooses milk? He chooses the cow. I think that's it. I choose the milk. That's what he says. Watching says, AP, I hereby declare a golden birthday upon you. Yeah, that's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Ayatollah Khamenei said, that's the first time Daniel has ever said, thank you for exposing yourself right here. Re-F says, happy birthday. Thank you. Appreciate it very, very much. Sanke, why is Yusuf talking about becoming a sex slave? Like it's a bad thing when the messenger of Allah said it was halal. It is. Yeah. David, what is it?
Yes, that is about the night journey. And
it is, right?
Some milk.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. You see, I knew it. What is he offered there? He's on a night journey on the back of the Buraq, and he goes up and he's offered drinks. Which
narrated Abu Huraira, the night on which Allah's messenger was taken for a night journey, 2 cups, one containing wine and the other milk, were presented to him at Jerusalem. He looked at them and took the cup of milk. Jibreel said, "Praise be to Allah who guided you to Islam and the right path. If you had taken the cup of wine, your nation would have gone astray." It's a good thing he took the milk, because that way his nation has never gone astray.
Such a stupid narrative, man.
Pretty stupid. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, just imagine reenacting this. It's, I got taken on the night journey, and here I am, and ooh, 2 cups before me. Ooh,
which one should I take?
Oh, which one? The red pill or the blue pill? I mean, the milk cup or the wine cup?
Yeah. Muhammad chooses milk. Jesus turns water into wine. Draw your own
Muhammad chose the
conclusions.
cow, assuming it was cow milk. I don't know, though.
It might have been donkey milk. Why can't we get along, says Yusuf's hell describes Muslim marriage for women. Yak Yak says, I missed the beginning of the stream because shaitan peed in my ears. That's very, very good. Make sure to wash it out. Ayatollah Khamenei said, Muhammad's literal heaven and hell, a Lil Nas X music video. I don't know what people's obsession with the pop culture is. I've never even looked into what the problem there is. It's funny. Ari Wasserman said, Alan Porn question. Would you, Apostle, choose Dua Lipa, Mia K, Ninja Mommy, or the cow? Muhammad, I choose them all. Yeah, that's a good one. Why did I have in mind that he was given 3 choices of drinks, but it was only 2? I don't know.
One was camel urine.
Yeah, maybe that was what I was.
Yeah, he definitely would have chose the camel urine. So
I choose the urine.
I would choose the pee-pee.
John Orton, I worked in it. Oh, I read this before already. Very, very much respect. Leather strap on machine of the Nus said demons rub their footballs upon you. That's what they do. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sega Boy, Beatles suck. Rolling Stones are way better. Megadeth is the greatest band ever. Very, very cool.
Rolling Stones are not way better. Pink Floyd is.
I agree that they are significantly better than the Beatles. I mean, what the hell are the Beatles? Just look at their hair. That says everything.
Their hair was stupid.
Dumbest thing ever.
Hey, did you ever see Caveman with Ringo Starr? You got to watch that.
No.
You got to watch that. Watch Caveman. No. He was in a movie.
I will not. I won't watch it.
It's pretty good.
You know, Queen was much better. I love Queen. Freddie Mercury was much better.
He was a better singer than all the other guys, but
yeah,
rest of the band, no.
Yeah, I mean, Freddie he is Queen, you know. Curious Cat says, I read the Talmud, cites the same 6 pages. I read the Talmud. Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, all they do is like share a meme.
Inshallah, alhamdulillah. Ari Wasserman said, Alan, I read this already. Is CP a metaphysical matter if you have parental consent?
It is a metaphysical matter.
Yeah. Talmudic Talents Construction Inc. said our founder is Palestinian. I actually recently went to a concert with my wife to see the band Disturbed.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yes. That was a very
come to talk with you again.
That was a very nice concert. Very, very nice concert. I primarily actually went there for another band, which is a newer band called Falling in Reverse. But the main band there was Disturbed, and it was a pretty good show. Pretty good. Pretty good. And yes, they did go, ooh, God of Pig, King of Dog said, Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, über alles in der Welt, wenn es geht zum Schutz und Trutz, würde nicht zusammenhält. This is so offensive.
It's the worst thing I've ever heard in
If
my
you
life.
did this in Germany, this would be like people would look at you like very, very questionably.
Yeah, they have way better songs.
Freddie was British. He was, but he was actually.
Oh, was he like Moroccan or something?
No. He was a Parsi. He was a Zoroastrian. So his family was from a Zoroastrian minority from India, but they moved to what was that? Some African place.
Yeah, I mean, it's Northern Africa, right?
Zanzibar, something. I don't know.
Don't make up places, AP.
Zanzibar, yeah. So they were Indian, but they were Persian Zoroastrians who fled long ages ago to India, but then his family moved to Zanzibar, and from then they moved to Britain. Yeah,
Zanzibar. Yeah. No one ever talks about Zanzibar, but I remember it from the theme, the Patty Duke show.
Alhamdulillah.
From Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, and it's cool because he had based on the places he had a kind of Islamic influence, and that's why you get all this Bismillah. No, we will not let you go. Right?
Yeah, and people are still trying to figure out what exactly he meant by that song. Theo Wolfie said, I have a genuine question and looking for an honest answer. Why are there so many Jewish people in the media and politics? How did that come to be? It's actually very, very simple when you think about it, but not sure if I could describe it properly right now. But in history, there are certain people who have described it very, very nicely. But Jewish people in Europe have not always been welcome in regular jobs, regular employment, regular trades.
And there are certain jobs that they regard as unclean and they don't want to do or have certain there are certain things they don't want to do because they regard them as unclean or something like that. And on the flip side, there are things where people didn't want Jews involved in them, and so they sort of gravitated towards certain professions over time. And so it's like they kind of make the best of the situation they can. They get certain jobs, then everyone complains that they take those jobs.
Yeah. So what happens is people don't welcome them, so they gravitate toward a certain field, a certain job, which is how they end up dominating that certain job, and then hiring each other because they're like, well, we can't do anything else, so let's just come here, I'll give you a job here, let's work together, and then it happens so that the Jews give each other jobs because they can't work anywhere else. And then people outside are like, wait, why are there all Jews all over there now? Why is this whole industry now dominated by Jews? Well, why do you think? How do you think that happened? But of course, with the whole with the media and the West and film, with Hollywood especially, there's also a different whole thing involved where especially the Jewish population in the beginnings of the century went westward to find opportunities there, and very early on went into photography, into videography, filmmaking. And since they were used to the idea that as a Jew you are not welcome in most jobs, this is how we know it, we should just hire each other. So what happened is that Jews who know each other, family members, relatives, friends, kept hiring each other and dominating the industry, which then grew and turned into the media industry, which also happened to become extremely successful and influential. It's not really very complicated and not really sinister. It's actually very simple. The same thing happened with finances and banking in history, where Jews were kicked out of every single field in the Middle Ages and other times in Europe, and were looked to in terms of money lending and things like that, which they started dominating because they are kicked out of everywhere. And then once they begin dominating that field because they are kicked out, suddenly conspiracy theories start. Why is it all Jews? Why do all Jews have all the money? what is happening? Is this a plot to take over the world? No, it's your society pushing them to that direction. That's what it is, pretty much. Karen D said, AP, you lost me as a viewer. Bye. Goodbye. And
Get the hell out of here!
Alhamdulillah. Zayn says, on behalf of chat, happy birthday, AP. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. David Wood stream, quick tips on how to make YouTube videos. Christian AP stream, expository classes on the porn industry. Atheist to draw
Got
your
a
own
point.
conclusions.
Got a point.
Theo Wolfie says, Dawa, you see, it was the Jews. They eat babies like AP and atheists. When we get power, we will be great by expelling Jews. Also, Dawa, why don't Jews want to live in Muslim countries? Precisely. I posted something earlier on Twitter, which is just a little hypothetical here. When we talked about this hadith a lot, I talk about it a lot. The one that is, so let me just do this little project here. Imagine a different religion had a popular prophecy spoken by its central figure and frequently quoted by believers, according to which they would kill the Muslims before the last hour. Would Muslims be okay with that? Yet Muslims have such a prophecy by Muhammad about Jews. Then I posted this image here. The hour will not come unless you fight the Jews and replace it with Muslims and kill them until okay, let's just read it like that. The hour will not come unless you fight the Muslims and kill them until the Muslims hide behind a stone or a tree. And a stone or a tree would say, there is a Muslim behind me, come and kill him. Let's say a different religion had such a prophecy, right? And this was very well known, attributed to their central figure. And this other religious group in every single conflict kept bringing this up about Muslims. Would Muslims really be okay with this? Would Muslims really accept an explanation like, oh, it's not a big deal, this is just an eschatological prophecy, so don't make it look like something terrible? Would Muslims really think that? And another question is, would Muslims be open to accepting this religious group in masses into their country as immigrants? I don't think so.
Nope. You got a typo in there. You need to fix it. You said Tyr is a Muslim behind me.
Oh, that's funny. Cool.
Because that's a pretty dope. That's a pretty dope meme.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty dope meme for people to share and ask that question because it's obvious and exposes the hypocrisy.
I actually intentionally did that just to test you.
Hey, you've got this. You've got this Pomni over here. Since Isaac was 37 at his mother's death, he was 37 when Rebecca was born. Since Isaac was 40 when he married Rebecca, Rebecca would be 3. How many times have we been through that?
50,000 times.
And then people point out there's no evidence that that was how old he was when she was born. That's made up. It's made up. And it's pointed out, and he says, Rebecca was 3. There's tons of evidence, but you guys deny all the evidence. Well, Pomni, if you're trying to tell us about the evidence, probably a good idea not to start with a lie, which is exactly how you started. But we'll give you an opportunity, chapter and verse, Pomni, chapter and verse that says that that explains how old Rebecca was. Chapter and verse. Pretty easy. And then I'm sure you're scrambling to find it. And I know you've heard that. You've heard that from your Dawa guys. I want you to try and figure it out because hopefully you'll find out that your Dawa guys are liars. They're chronic, compulsive liars, just like your God and your prophet.
It is actually in the book of Council of Nicaea, Matt 39.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where it is. Alhamdulillah. Yeah. And if you want to...
by the way, isn't it like, because I just, the other day, it was like 2 days ago or whatever, I said, the 5 pillars of Islam: 1, lying; 2, lying; 3, lying; 4, lying; 5, lying. And it's because of stuff like this. Like like all we encounter. I mean, what dawah guy is there who doesn't just like bombard you with lies? It's just standard. And when a guy comes in the chat and he tries to object to something, you'll occasionally come across a Muslim who's like being honest and so on. But generally, what do we get? Who are the people who show up? Lie, 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 lie. You see, all our lies prove that Islam is the truth. Guys, Pomni, if Islam is the truth, why? Please explain. Why do you have to defend everything you say with lies? It's I mean, a serious question. Like, why is this so common?
Pomni is actually Daniel Kikic.
Probably is.
Just so you know. No, it actually is. Pomni is Daniel Kikic most definitely, because if it's not Daniel Kikic, then where's your evidence that it's not?
Prove to me.
Prove it.
Look, hey, wait. He, in response, he says, show me the chapter and verse when it says Aisha is 9.
Okay, sure.
Are you joking? It's like a million hadiths.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead. Wait a minute. Aisha.
5133. Sahih al-Bukhari, 5133. Want me to read it, Pomni? Want me to read it?
La 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 la.
Wow.
Yeah, look, I went to sunnah.com and typed Aisha 9. That's how simple it is. Okay, it's Bukhari that the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old, and then she remained with him for 9 years, i.e., till his death.
And look, there's a bunch of those. Hey, Pomni, get the point here. When you say something, Rebecca was 3, and we say, give us the evidence. It's out there. It is. Trust me, bro. And you can't actually provide evidence because there is none. One, no one gives her age in the Bible. And the only description we have of her makes her sound like she's at least in her teens by the work that she's doing. So you have no evidence. But notice when someone says Aisha was 9 and you say, prove that, we've got like 200 sources on the age of Aisha.
Pomni, you says, why can you guys use things outside the Quran to prove Aisha was 9, but we can't use these things outside the Bible to prove Rebecca was 3? Pomni, it is because you're Islamic. It is because your Islamic studies, your Islamic tradition, Islamic authorities, Islamic standards consider these hadith to be reliable by Islamic standards, authenticated by Islamic standards.
This is authentic,
which is why
in your
they
religion.
are using them. This is not equal to you
using
a source.
Commentary. This is a source in your religion, right? In fact, Pomni, why do you pray 5 times a day?
Oh, finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You're done.
Why do you pray 5 times a day, Pomni? The Quran only mentions 3 daily prayers. Why do you pray 5 times a day? Because it's in Bukhari. What are the words to the Shahada? Show me the words to the Shahada in the Quran. Unless you can't, because they're not in there. It comes from Sahih al-Bukhari. This is a source for your basic doctrine and practice. Why? Because the Quran says that Muslims don't just follow the words of Allah. In the Quran, you also have to follow and obey the teachings and example of Muhammad. That's not in the Quran. That's from the Hadith. So even in the Quran, this is a source for you. So we go to a source that is authoritative for you. What source is there that is authoritative for me as a Christian on the age of Rebecca outside the Bible? There isn't one. There is no source. If you had some reliable historical source that gave you, I'd be happy with a reliable historical source. You don't have one. We got the Bible. That's what we got to go on. And it really makes it sound like she's a teenage girl. So here again, you say, how can you prove how old Aisha was? Because we have hundreds of sources on it that your religion deems authoritative. When you say Rebecca was 3, what do you have to go on? You heard it from a lying dawah clown. And that's supposed to be enough for us. It's enough for you. We know that. Any random idiot tells you, Daniel Hakikachu said blah, blah. And you go, okay, that's enough for me. Okay, that's not enough for us. Daniel Hakikachu is not an authority for us. We regard him as a compulsive liar. Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawah, Sheikh Uthman, these are not authoritative for us. We don't take their word for it. If you're going to make a claim, defend it, give us chapter and verse. You can't, because there is none. And you're actually comparing that to what we're saying about Aisha, when we can give you literally hundreds of sources to defend what we're saying.
Liar! You're
absolutely.
This
is your religion. Pomni, I know you think you're defending your religion here. What are you actually doing? You're proving our point. You're proving our point. Dawah is deception. All you do is lie. It's all you do. You come into the chat, lie, 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 lie. See, Islam is the truth, and I've established it with my lies. It's pathetic. It's absolute. Tell the truth, or find a religion that encourages you to speak the truth.
To be honest, when you say that they're compulsive liars, I disagree there with you. I don't think they're compulsive liars. I think they deliberately choose to lie
They
very,
choose
very,
the lie.
very controllably and willingly because that just serves their agenda.
And if I had to choose between telling the truth 1,000,000 times or lie, I would choose the lie.
Alhamdulillah. And that means you are
Liar! You're a liar! You're a liar! Get the hell out of here!
okay. Yes, that's the response that you get in your face, Daniel Hikikichu. Mother Queen, the Virgin Dust said jizya paid. Oh, happy born day, AP. God bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Happy born day. Thank you. Thank you. Cape Pilot, last week, Sam Shimon proved that Satan was a flying fire snake by saying this word sounds like that word. Next, he will say Muhammad is Muhammad. It is true. It is true. Pretty much. That sounds like Sam Shimon. Sarah says, Daily Wire interrupts his work to put his kids to sleep. Christian. Associated Press spends his birthday in his room asking for shekels to travel with a psycho. No one knows if his kids even sleep. Atheists, draw your own conclusions.
It's a powerful point, but we've come to expect powerful points from Alexa TV.
That is true. That is true. And speaking of it, we have a fundraiser which I still haven't properly announced, but which is right here. It is pinned in the chat, where you can fund our trip to Israel, where we will be spending 10 days or more to do amazing work in Israel for our Jewish employers, because that's what we do. And if you want to fund our trip there, fund it right here. You will find the link in the chat.
I predict some super dope videos. I predict super dope videos.
super doper videos. Alex L says, I wish I could volunteer with the 500k internally displaced Israelis. Israel is a surprisingly ghetto but still charming place. You like it? Interesting. We'll see. We'll see. Hello, outsiders. Can you show DW my super chats? Hey P, happy B-Day BTW. Which super chats? I'm showing everything.
Just did. He just showed me right here.
I'm showing everything. Colored Night. Mossad wouldn't pay you for a trip even after everything you have done for them. SMH. Happy birthday, AP. I know this. It turns out that that Mossad is not as generous with their payments as they always told us. Yeah.
Well, it's really, they've paid us so much already. I mean, we can't ask for more.
Nothing special here. Says, note a interesting thing on the donation page. There is a Jewish tradition to give the number 18 for charity, which means high. Live is 8, and yes, E
is that live
10.
or is that live or live?
And E is 10, and 36 is too high. Nice. I think it's both. It's live. It's live. It's one of the most nicely used Hebrew things. Yeah, very, very much. Somebody's still behind and just heard the part about Disturbed and is saying,
hello, darkness, my old friend.
Gagan Sandu just heard that part and is saying, ooh, that was half an hour ago. We talked about Disturbed.
To that neon god they made!
Nothing special here. Yeah, L'chaim means to life, doesn't it? Hector said you should put Joe Biden in the Mohammed's boom boom room where Joe Biden meets Mohammed but keeps mistaking him as his wife or his corn pop.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Again, I don't like I'm not crazy about making fun of people who are just getting too old. I kind of respect my elders, and so I have that problem in the supermarket, right? Sometimes I'll go in to grab some groceries, and there are certain times when like lots of old people go, and I'm simultaneously becoming enraged because this old person is standing right in front of something for like 40 minutes looking at every single individual one. But at the same time, I'm like, nope, gotta respect. Gosh, this old man probably went through World War II. He deserves respect. But anyway. It's an ongoing battle. Old people annoying me, but I still have to respect old people.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah. Hey, Chloe, what's up? Chloe said you may enjoy their performance, but the reason is AP corn stars are. Yes. If you believe the devil exists like I do, then you would know many are drinking the devil juice. Drinking the devil juice. Drinking the devil juice. That's a very interesting opinion. Yeah. 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 St. Ma said, just listening in, donation in process. Thank you so much, St. Ma. Always. Thank you so much. And thank you for what you do. Very much appreciated. Curious Cat, do you think Nazis made fake documents to make Jews look evil? Nazis did a lot of things to make Jews look evil. Lots of things, including creating an entire fake science of making them look racially evil and themselves racially fantastic. They had some really, really messed up plans. Speaking of the border, by the way, the Mexican border, I posted this a while ago. Shame on Donald Trump for building this cruel wall. Oh, wait, that's Egypt's Gaza border. But hey, look at this. This is actually the border which Egypt established to keep Gazans out of Egypt. What do you think about this, David?
Hang on, I'm writing something.
Why are these Muslim people, the Muslim nations, so cruel to their brothers in faith? Why are these Arab people so cruel to their Arabs in place?
Because they're bigots. Because they're racist, Islamophobic, hate-mongering bigots. It's easy.
Alhamdulillah. Beautiful, fantastic. Thank you. The president of Mexico served white meat, said Koifus. Not those are Alex Jones for president for the United States of America. Hey, I recently sent you a video from Alex Jones. Did you see that, David? You're supposed to watch everything I sent you.
I started watching it, but it was just Alex Jones ranting in front of who was that? Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan, that's right. Alex Jones ranting in front of Joe Rogan. And I said, especially Christians should have a problem with the guy because I don't know. There is a video.
I agree.
I agree.
There is a video, and I don't want to play the whole thing now, but
that video is going to turn the frogs gay.
You should just check it out. It's called Alex Jones. God doesn't know where he came from. It's posted on Joe Rogan clips, and it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's just so delusional. It's so messed up. But yeah, it's pretty messed up here.
So just briefly, you jump in there, Eddie. Let me tell you what my deep research and basically vision is.
Okay.
And vision just means you're like things crystallize, epiphany. To talk about 12 dimensions, 11 known, 12 being omnipresent, so we don't say it actually exists.
Okay, I can't do this. But yeah, check it out. It's very delusional, and this is the very video for which I'm saying, especially people who who believe in God should probably have a problem with this guy sometimes when he talks about certain things, where he equates himself to a divine being, for example. Very, very funny. Tell me what Trump did poorly in office. What didn't he do poorly in office? Tell me. Notice that you lost me when you brought up being more like Europe. What are you going to say next? Go metric system.
No, this is an important
Yes,
point as far
yes,
as not being
yeah.
more like Europe. The point there is the system of lots of European countries forces political alliances among different parties. So if you don't have a two-party system and you have like 10 different political parties that all get a certain number of people in, let's say, parliament or something like that, and you need to come up with a coalition to get anything done, then you'll have 4 or 5 different political parties all coming up with an alliance to get things done. And that is not a perfect system. I don't think there's any such thing as a perfect political system. That's an alternative to, keep in mind, we talk about European countries. European countries are massively screwed up, even with their political systems. there needs to be an alternative to this two-party system where the two people who are put before you feel like, oh, I get to vote and I get to make a choice and I decide who's going to be the next leader of my country, and one party chooses one guy, another party chooses one guy, and they say, here, choose. It's like, okay, you've already done most of the decision work for me. And it doesn't seem like there's a way out of it unless you go with some other system. So kind of pointing out that having more than one party and they have to form alliances may be superior to the way things are going in the US.
Yeah. I agree very much. Although I have no idea what David just said, but I agree with every single word of it. Yes, 1002 is a drinking game with funny ideas. You laugh, you drink. That sounds good. Sarah, AP democracy is a joke. Death to America. AP's people, Hitler and Erdogan, really makes you think. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Ari Wasserman, Mohammed was the goat of PN. Yep, he was indeed. Sankey, famous song about David Wood's land. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. Christian, about AP's land. Springtime for Hitler in Germany. Deutschland is happy and gay. Atheist, draw your own conclusion. This is a perfect point. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Indeed.
London Love, which Dawa guy would make the best president? Farid.
Sajid.
Yeah, I would say, Sajid is a good guy, honestly. Kuiper says, I even bought his book.
We both bought his book. We both bought his children's book. We're gonna read it in a live stream one day.
We both bought his children's book because we love Sajid.
Matter of fact, I'll prove it right now. People think we're joking here. There you go, Sajid. Someone send that to Sajid. We got your book. Says right there, by Sajid Lippam. Sajid wrote a children's book. Now, why did we get it? We didn't think Sajid was going to go in a perverted direction, but given the insane obsession of the Dawa guys in the past couple years defending child marriage, we just wanted to verify that Sajid was not trying to insert any creepy, disgusting ideas in a little kid's head. So we had to do our little investigation, but we'd be happy to give a book review one day of Sajid's book.
Well, it took a little bit longer to find the book, but here.
Yeah, see, I keep mine handy at all times.
See? This is how much we love Sajid Lippam. We both have the book. Flash the book, David. Flash the book. Show it. Look at that. Sajid Lippam. We are big fans of Sajid Lippam.
We love Sajid. What? Look at that. What is it? Hey, what is this?
I don't know.
Is that meant to be a penis? What is this?
This?
That thing there. That pink. Was that a pink wiener? What is that?
I think it is. It is. But yeah, that's how much we love Sajid Lippam. Alhamdulillah. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very fun. This is my first book ever. I never read books before. Just like Al-Dawa. The first book I got is Sajid Lippam's book. Would you rather in-person debate 100 rat-sized Daniel Kikachus, 10 goat-sized Daniel Kikachus, or 1 Islamic Adam-sized Daniel Kikachu? Love you guys, by the way. Best YouTube duo. This is the best question I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's a pretty good one. It's a tough one.
I would say 10 goat-sized Daniel Kikachus.
I'd take the one giant, 90-foot tall Daniel Kikachu. Because it's not going to work as far as blood pumping and stuff. It's just going to fall over.
Oh,
and people don't understand how volume changes. Yeah, bone would not be able to support someone that big. Human bone would not be able to support someone that tall. So his bones would start breaking and stuff, and he would just fall over.
Yeah. Somebody's trying to expose me here. This is very, very, very bad. I'm going to I have to block this person. Jared Gilmore said, AP, you lied. You said books were for nerds and you weren't a nerd. I have to block you for trying to expose me here. Jesse says Palestinians got to vote one time. Islam won. Now look at them. NBGS TV have the best time in the best city. Best home was beloved home, Jerusalem. Please give her my love. Can't wait to see the video. Sadly, the entire country is living in a slow rolling trauma. It's true. It's true. We will be there. We will do that. Vaporwave fan says your mod Diana B refuses to ban Pomni, who is spamming pro pedophilia comments constantly in the chat. It's frustrating and disgusting. Don't tell on mods. Prono22 said, I have a shirt from the army of a kitchen staff. Will that help? Yes. David, will that help? Yes. You what, mate, says, AP and David Wood, will you visit the Wailing Wall? What do you think of stuffing notes into the cracks, religious or superstitious? We will, probably, maybe. The other, I don't think anything of it.
Stuffing notes into cracks? Yeah, I don't know what that's about, but why would I care?
Alhamdulillah. My TV, happy birthday, APS. Appreciate everything you do. Thank you so much. I was trying to say on your last Hakikachi debate video that you should have showed the Hamas vid that showed saying she is for rape. So Hakikachi can't say S. I don't know what you're referring to. I was trying to say on your last Hakikachi debate video that you should have showed the Hamas video that showed saying she is for rape. So Hakikachi can't say, which video are you talking about? I still don't know it. The Hamas video saying she's for rape. I don't know. I really don't know what you mean. I really don't get it. John West, if the trajectory continues as it is, AI will rule the world and begin the journey to the golden path. I hope so, man. I hope so. Nutters says we should have an AI government. That's not what Nutters says. That's what I say. But yeah, Nutters. I almost forgot to ask AP, but have you seen the new CK3 DLCs that are coming out? The Black Death one looks effing amazing, and if the trajectory continues, CK3 will have the best DLCs of any Paradox game. I actually still haven't gone back to it and checked it out since the last time we talked. Maybe I need to jump into it again, but it sounds pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. I will check it out. I should do streams, gaming, which I say every single time. I don't know. White Lily, hey White Lily, does Cici know he's Mexican? Of course, Este, of course. Sir Whitemeat, Biden reminds me of my grandfather in his last stages of his life. I feel so bad for Biden, and I'm disgusted by those propping him up. Very messed up. That's what Sir Whitemeat says. I don't know. Does he feel sorry for himself? I wonder. Karen D made a super chat. Was that before you said you lost me as a viewer? Why did I lose you as a viewer? I'm really curious now that you made a super chat. That's very funny. Ayatollah Khamenei. Biden just watched Sylvester Stallone's cult classic Over the Top about an arm wrestling truck driver down on his luck trying to win back custody of his son. Either that or he's a walking corpse. I agree with David very much that I don't like to make fun of a guy's old age, but he is the president. Emmanuel, fun fact, since 1970s, Japan only accepted 1,000 out of 91,000 applied refugee, but never saw people denounce Japan. Number one reason is that they can't speak proper Japanese. That's very funny. I heard a lot of stuff about Japan. I know for a fact that in Japan, Japanese people are not very much on board with that whole, oh yeah, let's invite all the foreigners. All the foreigners are welcome. Let's show all our love to them. They're not very much okay with that whole mentality. They still have a sense of nationalism. Yeah. David.
Yo.
Do you have to go somewhere?
No. I was checking. I'm good.
Okay. I just talked with Prophet Jibril the other day, said Cornpop's homie. And he said the eyes are the anus, you know, the thing. Notice AP doesn't want Biden or Trump because he wants Mustafa Kemal Atatürk as president. I really don't want. I wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want that. Why can't we get along? Says, is the Quran where you keep curry recipes? Yes, it is actually. The the Quran. Hector, Cenk Uygur for president. Are you joking? Of course you're joking. I know everyone. Who actually votes for Cenk Uygur? Do you think the guy will actually get one vote? I don't think he'll get one vote. Like, is there anyone who actually seriously considers voting for Cenk Uygur? Maybe some people will jokingly vote for him. I don't know. Maybe somebody will be like, oh, I don't know who to vote for. You know, I don't know. I don't think it works. Carlo Magno, of course, the atheist sides with the godless Democrat Party. Yeah, terrible, terrible. Democrat Party is disgusting. That's exactly what atheists would do. Sir Whitemeat, I don't buy your Trump.
I don't buy your Ella.
Ayatollah Khamenei, Trump is like the hitman we hire to take care of some nasty problems. I don't want to get breakfast with him. He's the hammer. That's a good one. That's a good one. AP's Rosary. I already read this. Thank you. I'm scared of Nader Ahmed every day. Ecclesiastes said the left and right are two wings from the same cancer, but Trump is the lesser of the evils, as all politicians are evil, conspiracy controlling Jews. This is the whole mentality. It's always the lesser evil. And that is what's wrong with the whole system, with the two-party system.
Hey, you want to hear the song I just wrote?
Yes.
You were talking about Disturbed, and I was thinking Muhammad was disturbed, and then I had to combine them. Ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go. Here you go, everyone. New diss track. Abu Bakr, my old friend, I've come to skeet Aisha again because a vision that I saw one night told me that molesting girls is right. And the vision, the demon skeeted in my brain, still remains amid the sound of Dawa. That's all I came up with so far. But
nice. That's very,
we
nice.
can come up with parodies of everything, man. Parodies of everything. It's all there.
And good reference. I mean, it's good that you immediately went for the whole dream and vision. That's pretty good. That's a good combination. A good use of the actual lyrics. I always thought it would be fun to make a parody of that song about the Kaaba or the Black Stone, like "Hello Kaaba, my old friend," or "Hello Black Stone, my old friend," and then something ridiculous. I don't know. Yeah. Yes. Carlo Magno, Biden, the fake Catholic pro-abortion, gay marriage, transgenderism, yeah, voting for Trump. No new wars, Abraham Accords, Roe Wade struck down. Yeah. Not sure how he will handle the situation in Russia and Ukraine, though. Jesse says, so AP admits his principles are in line with Omar. Mo cowboy at the alphabet pedo party. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what I said. Yeah. Michelle Moffat said, I vote the cow. I choose the cow. I vote for the cow. Yeah. And Joshua, David Wood, were you surprised when hijab didn't shake your hand and when he broke all the debate terms? AP, your soundboard is hilarious.
You're sick. You are sick.
I was surprised at the extent to which he just like broke everything. It was very common. It's probably in the 35 to 40% range. I've done probably, 90 to 100 debates over the years. Some of those were with atheists, but the vast majority of those debates were with Muslims. And I would say somewhere 35, 40% range of the time, there is some like blatant violation of the rules. So there's some blatant deception, right? There's some blatant deception like, hey, David, you have to agree to this. And then they break it and so on. And people have asked me, why don't you call it out why don't you call this out in the debate? It's like, because I actually love it as a motivational thing that after the debate, I will take it out on their prophet. I'll be like, okay, you do this, and I'm going to go take it out on your prophet, because I feel like like when someone breaks a deal, I don't know, I get like this burst of energy, and I would much rather use it against their fake prophet than start arguing about it during the debate and so on. So I'll take it out on their prophet later. But yeah, hijab was just he's on a completely different level. It was like dialed up 100-fold compared to other Muslim debaters.
I think it's especially surprising, personally to me, because it's very hard to believe that a Muslim would actually, break the rules and lie and all of that. And
yeah, that's weird.
That is very unexpected. It's shocking to me. Yeah, terrible stuff. Alhamdulillah. Dexter Martin said, I voted in the Dutch elections and voted for Geert Wilders. Based. Dexter Martin said, I voted for Geert Wilders. That's very based. You voted for Geert Wilders? If I had the opportunity to vote in the Dutch election, I would also probably vote for Geert Wilders.
I would choose the cow.
No, I would vote for Geert Wilders. If I was voting in the Netherlands, I would also vote for Geert Wilders, definitely. I would say.
I still, like, every time, all I can ever remember is that interview. I'm arguing this because Danish culture is superior to
Dutch culture.
Dutch culture is superior to retarded Islamic culture. and then the interviewer, did you just call Islamic culture retarded? It was too funny. Oh boy.
That's what you do when your name is Geert Wilders. Ronald Lugolole says Trump said he would ban Muslim immigration. How you like that, AP? He said it the first time. He didn't really do it because he can't really do it.
Yeah, people don't understand what powers the president actually has. There's a system of checks and balances here where you have to get a lot of people working together to do something. Yeah. And that, by the way, so we're criticizing the situation that we've ended up with, but there are lots of things in the American government that are like insanely brilliant. I mean, brilliant. The system of checks and balances, and having a constitution, and having people can vote, and having the courts, and the Senate and Congress and a president. So it's like they were obsessed. The founding fathers were obsessed with avoiding a tyranny. So keeping a person from being able to call all the shots, or keeping from a group from calling all the shots, and so on. But people still find a way to screw things up, as we are.
Yeah. My wife said, you have to vote for the guy with the biggest head, no question. This is completely true. I agree entirely.
Or you have to vote for the orangest guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's going to beat Geert Wilders. Plus, he's also, like, you see, his head looks huge compared to his body, but he's also a really tall, big guy. So his head is ginormous.
Yeah, Geert Wilders is very, very, very interesting leader. Let's see what Geert Wilders will do in the future of the Netherlands. Nizar Harakat said, David made me leave Muhammad's cult. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. That's beautiful news. Beautiful.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar.
Lose faith. I tell you, lose faith. It's better for you.
Seed of David says, happy B-Day, my favorite atheist. Jesus saves. Well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Very much, Cabo. Rasa says, Jakir popularized Hindu prophecy of Muhammad as Muhammad. It sounds the same. That means it is the same. Per Hindus, Muhammad, an extreme tyrant, would show up on earth with atrocities. Finally, Dharma triumphs. Idiot Zakir Naik threw Momo under the bus.
But those other parts were corrupted.
And it is also mentioned in the Bible, in the Song of Solomon. It says, Muhammadim. Yeah.
Muhammadim. Hey, you're getting good, man. You have you are not known for your impressions, but your Jordan Peterson is way better than me, and your Zakir Naik is way better than me. So we're going to be able to cover everyone. If you keep if you keep getting the impressions down that I can't do, then we'll have everyone covered.
Inshallah. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Seed of David said, "That's weird. Jibreel pees in my ears at night." Yeah, I know it's actually pretty normal, pretty common, and it's also scientifically explained. And Muhammad knew that 1,400 years ago. I am the sponge, says Trump, is like a giant middle finger to the left.
He is straight up. He is
straight up. Brecht says, "David Wood, you're a legend. AP, you're still nothing."
Best comment of the day.
Brecht.
Is that Bertolt Brecht?
Hide user on this channel. Okay,
You ever heard of Bertolt Brecht?
Bertolt Brecht, of course I've heard of him. I just banned Brecht from this channel. That was your last super chat. Thank you, Brecht.
Where do I know that name from? Is he the one who did the shark song? Mac the Knife? Is that him? Was that Bertolt? I'm trying to think. I don't even remember where I know the name from.
Bertolt Brecht was an author from a long time ago, a playwright. He was a.
But did he do that song?
I don't know. He lived 1,000 years ago, which means 100 years ago. He was a communist, wasn't he? Was he a communist? He had socialist ideas or something. I don't know. I don't know much about Bertolt Brecht.
Yeah. He made Mac the Knife. Yeah,
he did. Okay, cool.
Yeah, which became popular in the U.S. as Mac the Knife, but the German version was about the British. It was about the British sneaking around with a knife, and they're actually evil. Und der Haifisch mit der Zähne und sie trägt im Gesicht. Und Machich, der hat ein Messer, doch das Messer sieht man nicht.
Quiet, man.
Yeah. Rammstein has a good song that is inspired by that whole thing. Rammstein. Nanny Poo Poo said HBD AP. HBD means hermano.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
AP.
Okay. AP. Floyd, Zepp, Queen, Sknrd for greatness. Huh. Cool. I've never listened to Sknrd. What?
Isn't it interesting that you take this German song and it's all messed up and it's about how evil Great Britain is. It's like a propaganda thing. But then they make the American version and it's this fun, upbeat thing about just a criminal, who's Mac the Knife and so on. But it's all, and the shark has pretty teeth, dear. And it's all fun. But it's like the same parallel with like Grimm's fairy tales and everything else that comes out of Germany. It's like really messed up stuff. And we try to make it all fun in the US.
The Germans are romantic. The US is too much fun. That's it. That's what they say. But I think the best version of it all, no discussion, is Baby Shark do 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 do, Baby Shark do do. Nanny Poo Poo said, "Real query, IYO. How worried should we be about MI?" I agree pretty much. Yeah.
What's that, Michigan?
In your opinion, how worried should we be about Michigan or Mozambique integration? I don't know. Michigan, maybe, probably.
Yeah, Michigan's pretty screwed up.
Yeah, pretty messed up.
Not worried about it.
So David says,
whatever's going to happen is going to be a good example to the rest of the world.
David says Michigan is long gone. So yeah, give up. Just give it up. Maybe it means mass immigration. Somebody said, I don't know.
Okay, that's possible. That would fit.
Just sing Baby Shark, and all your problems will be solved. Rachel S said, "Have some shekels for the trip to Israel." David Wood, you should sing more. Love you both. Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. We will need that. Thank you. Not the money, just the love. Sir Dr. Whitemeat says, falling in reverse, how emo can you be? That's why you only wear black. Happy birthday. Oh, hi, David. Yeah, I used to...
It's of Hi David. Of Hi David.
Of Hi David. I used to listen to emo groups when I was a little boy. Yeah, because I liked sad music. Nanny Poo Poo says Jewish culture is also extremely oriented around education, literacy, and intellectualism. Literacy, secular version flowing from the religious values. That is true. That is true. It's all a big conspiracy, though. Ayatollah Khamenei, AP, tell us more about how Disturbed thrashes the Beatles. You don't even want me to
And then
start.
the laughing faces about how dumb that is.
Have you ever heard about... Christian says, you infidels are like an acid trip without the acid. Can we get a goat scream? Hey, where's your goat?
Oh, you want the goat?
We didn't hear the goat scream today a single time. What is happening?
Oh, yeah. That would have been a cool part of the chorus for this, the sound of Dawa.
Mm-hmm.
Amid the sound of Dawa. That's the sound of Dawa.
That
screaming goat.
That's pretty good. Pretty
good.
Pretty good. My wife said myocardial infarction. That's what
the MI. Mm-hmm.
MI means. That's okay. Yeah. Christian, you infidels. I already read this. What's wrong with you?
Wow.
Solid Snake says Pomni got wrecked. Happy birthday, AP. Thank you. Appreciate it
wrecked.
very much. Appreciate it, Solid Snake, and good luck on your journey of Metal Gear Solid. But
think about the issue with Pomni. It's always so. I guess people were in the chat or something like that criticizing Muhammad's relationship with Aisha. It's just the fact that the go-to method, the standard method in Dawa, is always to lie about something. So they'll either lie about the age of Aisha, or they'll lie about Rebecca, or they'll lie about. But it's the response always involves lying, instead of actually coming up with a response that doesn't involve lying. So it's just this disturbing problem that Dawa always involves lying.
And the bad thing about that is that Muslims usually don't lie. So what is that all about?
Yeah, what's up with that? It's so confusing.
Notice said Aisha's age isn't in Quran, but chapter 65 verse 4 is, which is the very one which talks about the age of, or the
yeah, and to help Pomni, if you are a Quran only Muslim and you don't believe in the Hadith, you can come up with all kinds of reasons to reject what's in the Hadith, because they are later sources. So you can throw that out. Matter of fact, I granted that in my debate. I had my last debate with Kenny Bomer. I say, if you're throwing all your sources, he isn't allowed. So he's being a deceiver because he's a Sunni Muslim. But if you want to go Quran only and say the sources, the Hadiths are complete garbage, absolutely you can deny the age of Aisha. But we're talking to the roughly 90% of Muslims who believe in those sources. So to say, oh, well, you can quote sources outside the Bible, you could quote sources outside the Quran, but why can't we quote sources outside of the Bible? There is no reliable source in the age of Rebecca outside the Bible. You don't have anything remotely resembling a reliable source, let alone something that Christians would regard as authoritative. When we quote your sources, maybe you reject them, maybe you think they're garbage, maybe you pray 3 times a day because that's what the Quran says, maybe you don't know how to recite the Shahada because it's not in the Quran, maybe you don't have that, maybe that's you, that could be you. But we're talking, when we're talking about the age of Aisha, we're talking to the roughly 90% of Muslims who adhere to sources, and for whom those sources are authoritative, because the Quran says you have to obey Muhammad's decisions, and that he is the pattern of conduct. So that's an issue. So for these things to be the same in your mind is pretty moronic. And what else would we expect at this point?
Alhamdulillah. Beautifully spoken, beautifully said. Yeah. Jared Gilmore, because it is your birthday, I choose the cow and to give my jizya. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me all your jizya. Stefan the Pelter said, Dawa is all lies. Shahada, lie, lie, lie.
That's
Wow,
funny.
that's
Lie,
pretty good.
Eliha, Eli,
Lie,
yeah.
lie,
I'm gonna have to practice that one.
Go for Dawa again.
Muhammad is a lie of Allah. Yeah.
Dawa again is need to read Job 13, 5, 12 NLT. David, what is that? You have it all memorized as far as I
do
remember.
not have the book of Job memorized.
You have all the Bible memorized. So don't be humble. I know it. Nutter says the Beatles are the great musical band of all time. My source is the same as Pomni's. I made it up.
Oh yeah. No, this section of Job, I won't read it all, but if you would only be altogether silent, for you that would be wisdom. That's how that passage starts off. If you just shut up, that would be like wisdom compared for you. Just keep your mouth shut. You'd come across as smarter. That would be a good approach for the Dawa guys. As far as the Beatles, it's an interesting situation. I believe that the Beatles are the best rock band of all time. That doesn't mean they're my favorite or that they're the ones I want to listen to most. Like I could say Mozart is, let's say, a better musician than the Beastie Boys or something. I would rather listen to the Beastie Boys than to Mozart, even though I can acknowledge Mozart as a greater musician. So I can actually say the Beatles are probably better than Pink Floyd, although I would much rather listen to Pink Floyd.
Can't believe all the garbage I've
I
heard so
acknowledge
far.
I acknowledge that there are standards for this sort of thing, and there are preferences, and those preferences don't necessarily adhere to objective standards.
This stream has really gone down the drain with these statements.
That's your fault.
Carolina D says, David Wood, will you do Wits with Prison Buds? Saw one with Kane. Say one word answer. Yes, no.
Yes, you will eventually see more Prison Buds.
There you have it.
He's being more slippery than the lubricants that he sells in his daughter's sex shop.
That was actually the wrong button, but I couldn't find the right one. Sir Whitemeat said, David controls his frustration about old people. Christian AP pushes them down the stairs. Atheist, try your own conclusion. Source go tub. I actually push old people down the stairs all the time. Not as, hey P, have you played the Alex Jones video game? What? There's such a video game? I don't know about that. I played GTA, if that's what you mean. I don't know how that makes sense. Leon Sergey Vladivostok said, AP, I'm going to write an updated Quran. Inshallah, we are waiting for it. Just write it coherently. No matter what you write, it's going to be better than the Quran anyway. Troll X Throw, a poor man would prefer 440 death shekels. Oh my gosh. Huh, that's interesting. How do you say that? Make another super chat and tell me how you say it. I'm just kidding, though. Immortal 17 AP, have you ever been recognized in public by Muslim? If so, then I don't know it. Sir Whitemeat said, I'm glad you guys got Sajid's book finally, a book AP can read.
That's messed up.
This is a funny. That's funny. That is actually hilarious. That is quite smart. But here again, once again, I got Sajid Lipham's book because I'm a big, huge fan.
We got Sajid's book. I told everyone while you were running for the book, I was pointing out that we got this because we wanted to make sure there's nothing. None of the other Dawa guys were influencing Sajid to defend child marriage. So in the interest of protecting children, we got the book. But with that said, we'll probably go through it at some point and draw attention to all the information that Sajid left out.
Yeah. All the best to Sajid. Always support Sajid. George Martin 459 said, Yo, AP, Turkey plus Azerbaijan versus India plus Armenians. Okay, what do you want from me? What am I supposed to do about this here? What do you want from me? Yes. Uh, yes, I agree. I agree. Seed of David, that's Gabriel's COCK on Sajid's book. The Houris are SUCK, Gabriel COCK in the book. Very family friendly. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Ecclesiastes, AP, I love falling in reverse, and the band he was in before prison, Escape the Fate. Also, FIR was on tour with A7X, Avenged Sevenfold. Speaking of, nice, nice, nice. I like their recent new reimagined versions of songs and the new stuff they come out with. Pretty nice, pretty nice.
Hey, here's a quick one to respond to. Another Dawa. This one isn't necessarily a liar. It's just a really dumb person who just once again listens to the Dawa guys. This is the ongoing problem. They listen to the Dawa guys, and the Dawa guys are compulsive liars. But, he keeps panning. Q-AHS Muslim channel keeps spamming Jeremiah 8:8. David, respond or you're a liar. David, what? Got to learn to spell certain words there, buddy. But very simple. So you have a verse, Jeremiah 8:8, where Jeremiah says that the lying pens of the scribes have turned the law into a lie. And Muslims look at that and say, it's talking about the Bible being corrupted. The Torah has been corrupted by the lying pen of the scribes. Whereas if you actually read the book of Jeremiah, if you read the book and not just the verse and listen to what the Dawa guys told you it means, if you do something crazy like read the book of Jeremiah, there's this battle between Jeremiah, who's pretty much on his own. I mean, he's got his scribe and so on, but Jeremiah, it's basically Jeremiah against a bunch of false prophets. And the false prophets in the book of Jeremiah are telling the people of Jerusalem that they're not going to be conquered by the Babylonians because God has promised to protect them no matter what they do. No matter how much they rebel, he's going to protect them no matter what. So they're saying, guys, we're safe in complete rebellion against God. We're totally safe because God's going to protect us no matter what. And Jeremiah is saying that's not what God says. God has said in the law that if you do the same things the pagans did, he'll treat you the same way he treated the pagans. God says that. That's what he says. That's what he says in the law. So you have these false prophets who are saying you can do whatever you want. God's going to protect you. And they have their scribes. So Jeremiah has his scribes. So you get the revelations and then you write them down and so on. The false prophets have their scribes, and their false prophets are having what recorded? What's the message that the false prophets are receiving? The false prophets are receiving the revelations. Hey, whatever you do, rebel all you want. God's going to protect you no matter what. He's promised to do this. Jeremiah is saying, no, that's a lie. And then in Jeremiah 8:8, you have the lying pen of the scribes has made the law a lie.
Quiet, man.
What does that mean? It means when you say God's going to protect us no matter what, you're calling the law a lie, because the law says God will punish you the same way he punished pagans if you do the same things. Any idiot can read that book and understand what that's saying, except a Dawa guy who goes, "Oh, this is saying that the Bible been corrupted." My goodness.
Quiet, man.
Thank you. Ecclesiastes said Michael Knowles can't get Ice Spice out of my head. Episode 333 to 725. Mike Knowles quotes Plato's take on Ice Spice. Enter horrible new song. I find it kind of funny that, and I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. I find it kind of funny that these people like Michael Knowles react to these things. Like, I haven't listened to a single thing from this Ice Spice musician rapper. I don't know. They know more about, like, the Daily Wire people know more about every single pop song that I do, which is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And that's why David Wood is also just like Daily Wire, because of DW. Nutters, I would like to place in a song request from DW, style on the album 570.
When you're in trouble, you call DW.
Yeah. Muhammad's version, it could go like, you got the pedophile prophet look in your eye, and I got that 9-year-old classic thing that you like. David, make a note of that.
Style on the album 570, if you like. You got that pedophile prophet look in your eye, and I got that 9-year-old classic thing that you like. Ouch.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Ooh,
Pretty gross.
You should do. Yeah, you should do that. Make a note of that. Cheryl R said AP and David Wood. The Simon Garfunkel of the 2020s, that Disturbed song, was originally a Simon and Garfunkel for you young. Excuse me.
Really? It was Simon and Garfunkel, really?
You think we didn't know that? You think we don't know that? I never even listened to the Disturbed version. If I listen to it, I listen to the Simon Garfunkel version.
Hey, there is a Simon and Garfunkel song that should be adapted for Dawa. It's that song, lie la lie, lie la lie 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 la lie lie la lie. Lie la lie 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 la lie la 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 lie lie. Right? That's perfect because that's all they do.
Nice. Oh, wait a minute. That's nice.
It's breaking news.
She was actually on P.S. Morgan. What's her name? What's her name? Emily Schrader. Okay, not Emily Schrader. Is that Emily? No, that's not Emily. No, what's her name? Is that Emily Schrader? Yeah, that's Emily Schrader. Okay, she was there.
Would be exchanged for Palestinian prisoners, and Israeli forces would leave Gaza
400,000 views of P.S. Morgan.
completely. Phase 3
is mental. Probably worth watching. Yeah, it's like Hamas came out and was like, hey, how about we make a hostage deal in 3 phases here? One group of hostages released, and you release so many prisoners. Then we release so many hostages, you release so many prisoners. And Netanyahu said you have to be completely insane to agree to such a ridiculous suggestion. Obviously, we're not doing it, and any reasonable country would reject it as well. What's very funny is that Hamas is trying to appeal to the International Court of Justice and making it look like we respect whatever the International Court of Justice decides. What they also decided, what they called for in their recent preliminary resolution, is for Hamas to immediately and unconditionally release all hostages. And yet Hamas is here making new demands for a hostage deal. Maybe that should be brought up as we continue with that court case. Royden Boom says AP Dawa lie to reverts who only learn about Islam's terms and conditions once it's too late. Do you suspect Christians might be hiding anything from you? And how do you think your life would change if you accepted Christ? I don't think they're hiding anything from me. I think I already am aware of anything that needs to be known that could be hidden. Obviously, there is a secret agenda. Like the Christians say, become a Christian. Then once I'm in there, they are going to lure me into a secret room and then sacrifice me to actual dark beings and then spread my blood all over town and all of that. I know that, but I'm okay with it. Ecclesiastes says, have you guys seen your brother in Christ new video about the Twilight Zone style episode of the Council of Nicaea conspiracy? Mentioned Sneeko, lol. Need to check it out. XXWLZXX says, guys, I recently stumbled upon the work of Dr. Stephen Hassan. He's a cult expert. You need to have him on your show. His work is remarkable. Islam fits his cult model like a glove. I heard of this. I heard of this before because I was looking into something related. I shall have a look. Oh no, he has a book named The Cult of Trump. I don't know, that kind of threw me off here. But yeah, I will check it out. I'll make a note. Seed of David said, there's a scientific thing.
And there's a scientific thing. You eat pig, you behave like pig.
Yeah. Yeah, see, people in the chat are shocked that I know the secret.
So
I know.
Hang on. So the rule is, it's a scientific thing according to Zakir Naik. If you eat pig, you behave like pig. So Muhammad
behave like pig.
So Muhammad behaved like a pedophile. Does that mean he ate a pedophile at some point? I don't know.
Exactly.
Seems like it.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, you have Pomni here saying, I am a Quran-only Muslim, which means David Wood's arguments are completely invalid.
Quran
No,
only fans.
it means my arguments are completely valid for 90% of Muslims.
Hey, we're going 4 hours. We have to move on. Come
You
on.
are regarded
Let's talk
as
about
a kind of cult and heretical Pomni. So that's
Okay,
fine. That's fine. If you want to be heretical and reject the sources, that's good. I encourage
Don't
you
care
to do
about
so.
Pomni.
You're still stuck with Surah 65 verse 4, which allows
Pomni.
marriage to prepubescent girls.
Pomni, have fun on Quran only fans. We don't have time
Quran
for you.
only fans. That's where you go.
Dumb, we don't have time for you. Have fun on Quran only fans. Johnny Oren said, AP, are you sure you're ready for the jet lag? Yes.
I've never once had jet lag, so I don't know what that's all about.
I had jet lag once. I didn't have jet lag. WLZXX says he also did 2 really great interviews with Yasmin Mohammed. Can't recommend him enough. Please try and have him on. Oh, that's interesting.
That's the cult. That's the cult guy. The cult guy.
Yeah, the cult leader. No, the guy who analyzes, who talks about cults. I made a note. I opened a tab. I'll have a look into that. It's Dr. Stephen Hassan. I'll check it out. Immortal17 says, do atheists celebrate birthday or they just sit depressed thinking about their lifespan shortening? Atheists actually make birthday cakes that consist of the blood of little babies. That's what I had today, for example, for my birthday party. Emmanuel said, as a Japanese, I have to say most Japanese only love foreigners who can speak almost native LF Japanese. Behave like Japanese. That's the first requirement. I like eating Japanese people.
Yeah, I like ramen, so they would love me.
See, we both like eating something Japanese. Jesse Grove says, live stream going through Islam, Reddit Islam and Reddit Muslim. That sounds like big pain. We'll see. Chloe says, hey, everybody. Did the news get around about a guy named Butcher Peter? What is this? What is this, David? You know all the songs. What is this?
I don't know, but pedo sounds like pedo.
Pedo. P just flew his tongue and is chopping up all the women's meat.
Ouch.
That's pretty harsh.
Pretty harsh.
Pretty harsh.
Corn Pop Mike Winger. Corn Pop's homie. Corn Pop and Mike Winger. That would be classic.
That's nice. That's nice. And there's a scientific thing.
And there's a scientific thing. Behave like me.
Quran only fans. This is the best Quran. That's the best version of Islam.
Yeah, get out of here with your porn site, Pomni.
Yeah. Nanny Poo Poo said it was Michigan. Love Daily Wire's ice cold write off. Nice. It was Michigan.
I feel about Michigan the way I feel about like European countries. Like I hope people wisen up and so on. But if they don't, no problem. They serve as a warning to the rest of the world.
You better wisen up, son. George Martin said, AP Turkey plus Azerbaijan versus India plus Armenia. Is this the second time you made this super chat? And I still don't know what this means. But I appreciate it. Drew Traver says, check out Megiddo, Secret Christian AP. When you're in Israel, that's the Armageddon spot, aka the perfect battlefield. Take care. God bless you guys. Inshallah. Maybe. We'll see. You see, we'll see. Chloe L said me, oh hi AP, I didn't know it was you. Grabs bouquet of roses. Here you go, AP. That's me. How much is it? It'll be $18. AP hands over cash. Here you go. Keep the change. Hi doggy. Me, you're my favorite pagan. Wow. Didn't expect this one. Actually, it's quite beautiful. I like it. Chloe L, free PlayStation 6, free from Alan's Karen. Gotta wait for that. It's gonna be a long time till you have that freedom there. Mortal Wombat, that's a very nice username here. Mortal Wombat says, doesn't say anything, makes a super sticker, which I can't see on my screen here. Where is that? Mortal Wombat. Where's the super sticker? I can't see the super sticker. I hope it's something nice. I know it's something nice. Thank you. Appreciate Mortal Wombat. Chloe, I forgot to say happy birthday. Or should I say you survived another year on this meaningless pile of atoms, one stop closer to the final destination. That reminds me of the Final Destination movies, which were a bunch of crap. But
hey, AP. AP,
Don't respond to Pomni anymore. I don't want to hear about Pomni anymore.
Hey,
What-
I just looked up Megiddo is a really cool spot, and it is on our way up to the Sea of Galilee. If you want to stop there, it does look really. You could check out pics later, but definitely cool stuff. Like ancient ruins type stuff. That's the stuff I like, but yeah, might be cool.
Okay.
Oh, you could title the video "Atheist Visits Armageddon."
I'm gonna make a video like atheist walks through Jerusalem, and then this happens. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
like
you have to.
Like the first time an atheist walks to Jerusalem.
Atheist shocked by the Sea of Galilee.
Oh, babe.
Hey, you know what I thought would be funny? If we go to the site where Legion was, and Legion is walking around the tombs and stuff like this, and Jesus cast the demons out, and the pigs run down the hill. It'll be funny if I'm like just reading the story. I'll describe the scene, and then I'll read the story. But then I'll have like when I say, and he was living among the tombs and stuff, and I'll do a cutaway, and it'll be you like standing around some tomb. That'll be funny if you're Legion in the story.
That's good.
That would be
That's
pretty
cool.
funny.
We shall do that.
It would be funny if I start off the video and I go, so we're going to talk about the story of Legion. I don't have a person possessed with a legion of demons to play this part, but I've got the next best thing, an atheist. And then I just start off like that. That'd be pretty dope.
Atheist. Mortal Woman, love you guys. Keep up the great work. Love and greetings from Germany. Oh, danke schön. Grüße nach
Ja.
Grüße an Deutschland.
Ich mag das.
Vielen Dank,
Ich mag das.
Vielen, vielen Dank, dass du hier bist.
Wunderbar.
Und
ausgezeichnet.
Es ist auch super, dich willkommen zu heißen. I'm speaking like the most uptight German. Thank you so much, Mortal Wombat. I appreciate it. Hey, you're a member now. You're part of the cult. There's no more leaving, by the way. Nobody probably told you about this, but there is no leaving, just so you know. Thank you for becoming part of the cult. Thank you. Sanke said if AP keeps running his mouth about the Beatles, I'll eat a copy of Ride the Valkyrie score. How dare you? I will find you. I
have a particular set of skills.
Wait, who is that?
I will find your book, and I will eat it.
Ausgezeichnet. Can you say that again, David?
Ausgezeichnet. Wunderbar.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the valley of Gehenna. Gonna go to hell. That's a good video title, right? Atheist goes to hell.
Yeah.
Okay, if AP keeps... I already read this, man. What's wrong with you? George Martin 59 said, Armenia is trying to counter Turkey power. Is there a way to get Westerners to stop supporting Turkey? Gerd isn't enough. I would say that there are solutions which human nature doesn't allow to consider and to talk about. I don't know. Is there? Not sure. Turkeys deserve to be eaten.
Fortunately, I mean, because of Erdogan and all the stuff he's doing to thump his chest and so on, I think people are going to start catching on to the idea that this guy's a problem, and that Turkey and everyone who comes from there is basically as evil as we think.
Slaughter turkey and eat it. It's not as good as chicken, but it's good enough. Solid Snake says, oh, wait a minute. Nanny Poo Poo says, what does Sajid say Adam prophesied? Adam knew God directly and still couldn't predict listening to his wife would get them both booted from the garden. From the hood.
We will probably have a live stream where we go through Sajid's entire book. And again, then we will point out all the things he's leaving out.
Based.
Like the idea that Satan is the actual hero of the entire story in Islam.
Satan is pretty based in Islam.
He's based in Islam.
Beast. Yes. Solid Snake says Hamas negotiates like every Arab car salesman on earth when they say, "Come on, brother, it's over for you."
Hey, look at this. Look at this. 3 good qualities to have. He gives 3, but one of them is being humble and modest. It's like the opposite of Dawa, and Sajja is the only one who's like remotely like that.
That's funny.
No wonder you don't like the rest of the Dawa guys.
That is
But
funny,
nothing you can do
mate.
about it. Nothing you can do about it.
Well, it's bloody funny, mate, when you talk about it like that.
Zagros says, "Happy birthday, my man, and safe travels." David, I've been mean to you, but you be safe too. Keep us regularly updated while in Israel. Thank you, Zagros.
Yeah,
David has been complaining about how mean you have
Yeah.
been to him. He
I
actually
cried myself to sleep every night.
he
over there.
cried. He cried once. He was like, "Who is this Zagros guy? Why is he so mean to me? I had to block him because I couldn't take it anymore."
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a. I'm wondering what the situation is because how updated we'll be able to keep everyone while we're in Israel is going to have a lot to do with what like the internet is like in certain places. Like there are places we can go where we'll have awesome internet, and there are other places that will have crap internet. So it's kind of going to depend on what internet is like in the places we're staying. I almost want to like message people ahead of time and say, "Hey, can you do a speed test on your internet and send us there?" Because that'll determine whether we're going to stay there or not.
Inshallah. Nutters says, "I need TSDW parody songs, like maybe for Ready for It. It could go swing set, breeze and age down low. Hadith will know. In the middle of the night in my dreams, you would see me marry a baby." This is what people spend money on.
It's money well spent, though. Making fun of Muhammad is money well spent. Always, I say.
Nut is one of my favorite viewers and chatters by now, especially compared to Chloe, for example. Oh, Chloe. Hi, Chloe. "I could play the part well, considering I may have a demon or two. Explains my madness."
You left out 2 ha-has, so learn to read accurately.
You read it then. How about you do it better if you can?
No, I'm not fixing your show.
Okay.
You screwed it up.
But thanks, Chloe. Thanks, Chloe. Someone said pork is gross. Just banned you from here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Roydenboom said AP is German. When he goes to hell in Israel, he can leave his towel there to reserve his spot. I know that's the whole thing about Germans on vacation. Yeah, that's funny. There is such a thing about Germans.
What? Leaving towels?
People complain about Germans on vacations. People complain about Germans on vacations. Especially when they go to Ibiza, like Ali Dawa say, bruv. Ari Wasserman, "If I had to choose between 1.6 billion Muslims and the cow, I would choose the children." Hey, I always loved how Mossab Hassan Yusuf pronounced children, but then he fixed it. Somebody told him, "Hey, it's pronounced children," and now he fixed it. It's not good anymore. I liked it that way. I liked it when he said, "I care about the children. I care about the children. This is about the children." You know, I liked it that way. I like it that way. Talmudic Tunnel Construction Inc. says, "Our Kaaba tunnel has a restroom at the Blackstone." This is very nice. I like this Kaaba. I will probably request a Kaaba construction under my house and a tunnel in the best Talmudic way. David, anything else you want to say before we ride off?
Nope.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. And just as I was about to leave, somebody actually comes here and thinks it's a good idea to make a super chat. Zacchaeus says, says, what do you think about Indonesian and Muslims who sang a love song between Muhammad and Aisha? They did? What the hell?
Yeah.
Ew,
How?
disgusting.
That's messed up. Music is haram. Like that's what's funny. That would be the objectionable part to a Dawa guy. What? They sang a love song about Muhammad and Aisha. Music is haram. That would be the response. It wouldn't be that it's a love song about a 54-year-old man banging a 9-year-old girl.
I am seeing it right now. I just Googled it and I'm seeing it right now. Yeah. Oh yeah. This looks disgusting. I'm going to have a look at it later and see.
Are there subtitles?
I hope not.
Because guys, if it's not in English, I would be happy to do an English version of that song. I'd be happy to make one. Love song. Just pick your favorite love song of all time, and I will make it about Muhammad and Aisha.
That's disgusting. Disgusting. I will check it out, Zacchaeus, and I will get back once I have checked it out. Thank you for letting us know about this human disaster. Nutters, remember boys only 2 and they can't leave. I'm going to leave after this one. Ari Wasserman, the sound of Dawa, playground noises. Jesus. Perfect.
I just looked up a list of the greatest love songs of all time, but one that stood out real quickly is "My Girl" by the Temptations, because it's my girl, not my lady or my woman or something like that. So,
my little girl.
So that one is
Unchained Melody.
Doable.
Says my wife.
Whoa, my love, my toddler.
Oh God. Okay. All right.
I've hungered for your
for your what? For your pacifier. Okay.
Wow. Pretty messed up being on this channel.
All right. Okay, thanks everyone.
Oh, dude. Take My Breath Away is on there. Take my breath away. That was on the I think that was on the what's that? The Top Gun. The Top Gun. But Take My Breath Away, there's an actual hadith where Aisha says she was hyperventilating because she was so scared. That's interesting. Take my breath away. Wow. Multiple possibilities here. Multiple possibilities.
Bum. I'll take my breath away. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I love that song. It's a fantastic song. It's the most fantasticest song ever.
Bow, 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 bow.
Shikami says, my heart will go on.
Bow, bow.
You know what's stupid?
Bow, 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 bow. What?
She just mentions my heart will go on, and very nice song. But the thing is, there's a years ago I came across a Muslim YouTuber singer who made a Muslim version of the song "My Heart Will Go On," and it was about Muhammad. Wait. I just remembered that. My Heart Will Go On Muslim version. Let's see. I think it was a friend of Ali Dawa. Oh God. Oh God. Look at this. My Heart Will Go On. Look at. I even watched it. It shows that I watched it. It's in my watch history. My Heart Will Go On. Titanic Muslim version by Omar Isa. And it's about Muhammad. It's about he sings something like near, far, Rasulullah, or something very gay like that. Anyway, I don't want to think about this any further. I just want to leave now.
Near, far, wherever you are, I'll scrub your semen stains off you, and then you can pull off your dress and let me kiss your milky white flesh. I don't know the actual song apart from near, far.
You're singing there sounds like Farfour in Chloe's songs. Wait a minute.
72.
Wait.
I see you That is what I ask. How long? Far across the I can't wait to be with you and hold
We're
you
not idolaters.
for a lifetime. Your sunnahs have blessed me. Wassalam.
Your skin is so milky white
Oh,
on
here.
my lips.
Here.
Wait, here
Wait,
you go.
wait,
Here you
wait,
go.
wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay.
This is horrifying. But yo, I came up with a line. Then you interrupted it and messed it up. But
This is perfect LGBTQ.
Now I don't remember now I remember where it fit in the song, but it was going to be something like your skin is so white you gave me a milk mustache. Something like that. I don't remember how it fit into the meter, but that's what popped into my head. Your skin is so white it gave me a milk mustache. Your flesh is so white you gave me a milk mustache, Mohammed.
I just cringed so heavy at this that I'm in pain now. Like my body actually hurts from the cringing. Oh.
Pretty terrible. Allah has no partners, but we sing love songs about Muhammad.
Muhammad, I just want to hug you.
Dude.
I'll skeet on you.
You're sick.
I'll skeet on you.
Get out of here.
This man has.
You know what I think when I hear this song about Muhammad? I think this.
Homosexuality should be fine.
All right.
Hey, for the cover, for the album cover of his track, it should have been that famous pose on the Titanic, but it's like Muhammad holding this dude. We should make an album cover for that dude. Hey, someone want to Photoshop that?
Oh, this is just getting more and more disgusting.
Pretty bad.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a fantastic day. And as always, choose the cow. Or, as my dear friend whose book I have, Sajid Lipham, likes to say.
Yeah, he gives awesome advice to kids, and his advice to kids in his children's book is
stay away from Islam.
Alhamdulillah.